many benefits from working in the soil in our own garden. Not only are we getting food from our garden, but there's actually something taking place in our very character as we work with the soil, as we get the rocks out of the ground, as we cultivate the plants. Something's happening in our character that perhaps we may not fully perceive. Working in the soil and working with plants is actually a very beneficial part of character development. But we're going to focus quite a bit in our presentation, in our demonstrations, on some of the mechanics and some of the different steps in growing food. But here at the beginning, I want to especially give a little consideration to why it's becoming more and more important for us to grow our own food. You know, the supply line for the food that we get is coming through trucks and transportation. Many people do not realize that the average fresh produce on their grocery shelf has traveled 1,200 miles in order to get there. There are some other considerations we should think of as we think about growing our own food. Have you ever wondered why sometimes the food that you buy has such a bland flavor? And it seems like food that you may get from somebody that's growing it in their own garden tastes so much better. Sometimes the different types of food that we buy have been sitting on the shelf for a while. There are certain kinds of food, broccoli is an example, that can be harvested and then after just 24 hours it's lost half of some of the nutrient content. If you could go out in your garden and pick the broccoli and you could take it right in, fix it up and eat it, you would be getting much more of the nutrients out of that broccoli when it's harvested. Many of the other types of foods that we buy have traveled long distances to get to the grocery store shelf, but there are some other problems involved with these foods as well. We read in this little book, Country Living, again and again the Lord has instructed that our people are to take their families away from the cities into the country where they can raise their own provisions, for in the future the problem of buying and selling will be a very serious one. We should now begin to heed the instruction given us over and over again. Get out of the cities into the rural districts where the houses are not crowded close together and where you will be free from the interference of enemies. Sometimes we think of these words from Revelation 13 about a time when we can't buy or sell, and we think of it in connection with religious issues. But have you ever thought that perhaps there's another implication here, that it's getting harder and harder and maybe the time will come when we can't even buy and sell nutritious food? We can't buy it because it's not available. There may be lots of food available, but it won't be nutritious food. I have a friend that I was talking with recently who said that one night he was staying at a rest stop along the interstate and he counted in the evening 600 trucks that went by during a period of just 1 hour. In the morning, again, he spent an hour just watching the trucks going by on the interstate road, and he counted 1,000 trucks that went by in that interval of 1 hour. Just think of what would happen in our country if all of the trucks stopped rolling. We saw what happened back a few years ago when almost instantly all the plane traffic in the sky was stopped here in the United States of America. What would happen if that took place with the trucks? We would be facing instant famine just within several days. Many people depend weekly or even daily on the food supply from the grocery store. Let's give some considerations to some other areas that are reasons why we should be growing our own food. We've heard about the problems of genetic interference in the food. I have here an article about genetic modification. that talks about how the genetic industry is now experimenting with putting human genes into plants in order to develop disease and pesticide resistance. I have here another article which describes how a Swiss company actually sold genetically modified seed corn to the United States, and it ended up getting into the food chain. It wasn't a small amount. It took place for a period of 4 years, and the mistake resulted in about 133 million kilograms of the corn getting into the food chain, and that was the equivalent of about 146,000 tons. Much of this genetically modified food has new proteins in it, proteins that the body is not equipped to handle. We see more and more problems with people dealing with allergies and many other new types of problems, almost in epidemic proportions that we hardly ever heard of 30, 40, or 50 years ago. We could go into many details in regard to genetic modification, but that's just one factor that we need to consider. Then we could consider another factor, the matter of depleting minerals in the land. The mineral levels are declining drastically in many of the lands that are used for agricultural purposes. In research that was done a few years ago out in some of the Midwest states, there were about 400 areas where mineral levels were analyzed in soils. And through the period of about 4 years, the mineral levels declined anywhere from about 8 to 68%. That's a significant drop in mineral levels in the soil. What do you think is happening to the food that's being grown on those soils? The minerals are dropping in the food as well. In addition to the problem of depleted minerals and nutrients in the soils, we also have the problems from hybridization. We have a situation where hybrids are being produced for the purpose of getting large quantities of products from the land, but the nutrient content is correspondingly dropping. We may now be able to grow 300 bushels of corn to an acre where perhaps our grandparents or great-grandparents only could grow 50 or 70 or maybe even only 25 bushels to the acre. But that 300 bushels of corn, if we were to analyze the total food value in it, may have less units of food value in all of that 300 bushels than the 50 bushels that our grandparents were growing. There was a man by the name of Furman Baer who was a researcher at Rutgers University. Back in 1948 and 49, he did a very interesting experiment. He traveled to roadside food stands in about 13 different states, and he bought green beans, tomatoes, cabbage, corn, lettuce, different types of vegetables such as we like to buy at roadside food stands, and he quickly took them as he bought them in different places. He took them to a lab and had them analyzed for mineral content. He found that the minerals in those different samples were proportional pretty much to the level of iron. And he tabulated the results of the experimental research, the number or the values in the different food samples for iron and calcium and potassium, other minerals and levels. He found that there was a wide variety of ranges in the different minerals of the vegetables that he bought. For example, in tomatoes, he discovered that there were tomatoes ranging all the way from 1 part per million of iron to over 1,900 parts per million of iron. This means that if I was going to eat a tomato sandwich and I wanted to get the maximum amount of iron or other minerals from the slice of tomato I put in that tomato sandwich, if I were to buy the tomato from the roadside farm stand that had the 1,900 parts per million, I'd be getting 1,900 times as much iron as if I was to buy the tomato from the stand that had 1 part per million. not only iron, but the other elements, calcium, potassium, and other things. This means that I could buy one tomato from a roadside farm stand, such as Furman Bear did, that had that high level of iron and calcium and other minerals. I could eat that one tomato at my meal. I wouldn't be full, but I would have 1,900 times as much nutrition as I would eating the tomatoes from the other roadside farm stand. In fact, I wouldn't even be able to eat 1,900 tomatoes. That would be quite a number of bushels of tomatoes. If we are to be able to grow our own food, and we can build up the soil and grow tomatoes and vegetables that have those high levels of minerals, such as God originally intended in the food, we can get by eating far less and have far more nutrition. This is what we're looking for and what we can accomplish by learning how to build up our own soil and grow our own food. This is one major reason why we should get out in the country where we can grow our own food. Not only do we have the issues that we've discussed about genetic modification, the fragile transportation structure, the issue of depleted soils from which we're getting foods now that are designed to produce large quantities without the nutrition in them. But there's another factor that we should consider. When we go to the store and we spend $1 to buy some groceries, we had to earn $2 in order to have that $1 to spend. We have to pay income taxes or transportation costs or many other costs that we don't think about involved in being able to earn that $2 and to have $1 to spend. And not only that, when we consider the matter of getting food that is nutrient deficient, and this can even be true with organic food, when we're getting food that's nutrient deficient, then we're actually getting more food value or more monetary value when we're growing food with more minerals in it. So we may be getting $8 worth of food from our garden and only spending a few cents and some time in growing it in comparison with what we're having to pay to get some nutrients in the food from the store, and we're spending $8, but we're only getting $1 worth of nutrition. We should also consider that it takes time to develop a self-sustaining food production setup. It's not just a matter of leaving the city, going out into the country, fixing up a little bed and planting some seeds, and then we have food to eat. We have good counsel and advice not only to plant a garden, but to grow fruit trees, to grow berries. We want to have a balanced diet in the things that we are providing for ourselves. And it takes time for these fruit trees and for berry bushes to be able to get to the point of developing and actually producing good crops. It may take time for us to experiment and see what grows the best in our area and in our environment. We can't just run out from the city suddenly when there's a crisis and be able to accomplish all of this. We can be overwhelmed with discouragement and with frustration. We need to act quickly. We need to take advantage of the opportunity because we don't know how much time we'll have to be able to provide this kind of development that's so important to a self-sustaining, a sustainable type of food production operation. I think that as we consider these things, we should really take hold of the opportunities that we have now while we can still obtain a place where we can grow our own food. It's time to take seriously the counsel that we have and the instruction and the opportunity. Let's get a place where we can grow our own food. Let's look at some of the options we have. Let's consider how to start. You know, the first thing we need to do when we are considering moving to the country or when we have located a piece of property that we see the Lord has been leading us to and opened up for us, we need to find step by step, what does the Lord want us to do? We want to go to His Word and to the counsel that He's given to be able to understand each step of the way. One of the verses of the Bible gives us some special counsel in regard to preparing our garden. In Proverbs 24, verse 27, it says, "Prepare thy work without, and make it fit for thyself in the field, and afterwards build thine house." So it shows here that it's more important for us to consider where we're going to put our field, where we're going to grow our food, even than where we're going to put our house. They're both very important. The house needs to be in a place that's well drained. There are many things relating to where it needs to be, but here it shows that the field is the first priority when we're going to establish something. Sometimes people end up putting their house where their field should be, and then the place where they can grow the best food is occupied with their house, and they have to use second-rate land for growing their food. And really, we need to consider, if possible, perhaps the house is already there and we don't have that option, but if we're able to consider where we're going to put our garden, we want to pick the place that's going to have the right kind of drainage, it's going to have the right kind of situation for being able to grow food the best with the least amount of unnecessary labor and inconvenience. We wouldn't pick for our garden a place up at the highest point when we are going to be living at the lowest point of the land, unless that's the only place that really fits the rest of the requirements. It's ideal to have our garden close to our house so that when we go out the door, we'll see the things growing in the garden, and when we're preparing the food, we don't have to go a long distance in order to get the food from our garden. There are some other considerations that we need to keep in mind in locating the place where we're going to put our garden. We need to have good drainage, but we don't want it to be too dry. We need to have good sunshine, good circulation of air. It's ideal to be able to have a slope, if there's a slope, that faces toward the southeast or toward the southwest, but the southeast is especially good. If we have a slope facing the north and we put our garden on that, we're going to end up with it being more shady and being colder during the winter season. It will be colder longer in the spring. And so we want to have a place where we get maximum benefit of the sunshine. We also need to be careful in locating the place where we put our garden that we don't have large trees too close. We'll have problems both with shade if the trees are tall and from competition of the roots for the nutrients that the plants in the garden need. And so it's a good idea to allow at least the distance that the height of the tree is from where our garden is going to be. If the tree is 75 or 80 feet high, we need to have at least that much room from those trees to where our garden is going to be. And if necessary, we should cut down the trees and try to eliminate the competition from roots and shade. Sometimes that may not be totally possible, but that's the ideal thing, and these are the kind of things we want to consider when we're locating where our garden is going to be. Having a good water source available is also important because we're going to possibly need to water our garden from time to time. And so we want to have our garden in a place where we can have water available. It may be necessary to run a water pipe, and we need to bury that in the ground if possible. In cold climates especially, the water pipes can freeze if they're on top of the ground. And they're in the way too if we want to drive or work wherever the water lines are. So if we can bury them in the ground, that's ideal, and we can run a water line to be close to where our garden area is so we have water available for watering the things in the garden. One of the things that we should consider, even if we're living in the city still, we want to get out in the country and we don't know how, we don't have any place opening up, we're praying earnestly. Perhaps we're tempted to be discouraged and we think we'll never be able to get out in the country and learn how to grow our own food. But you know, we don't have to wait till we get to the country to learn how to grow some food. We can start small wherever we are. If we're living in a city apartment, we can start practicing and experimenting with just a little small window box or even a pot such as flowers would grow in. We can grow a few little vegetables, some radishes, some lettuce. We can try growing even some larger plants, some potatoes or something else, depending on the amount of room we have. We'll have to supply the soil medium for it to grow in. We'll have to make sure to water it. But we can start experimenting just on a small scale. And as we're learning things, we can make note of those things. We can keep records, and we will have a background of experience that we're developing when we have opportunity for something larger. On this DVD, or in this series, we will be covering some of the soil recipes that can be used to make up soil. Even if you have a place where there's no ground that you can work, you can make up your own soil mix and use the proper nutrients with the recipes that we furnish, and you can start experimenting and practicing with growing some food. Maybe you live in a neighborhood where you have a very small lawn or area where you might be able to grow a little bed, or perhaps maybe you're in an apartment with a parking area out behind and there's enough room and you can get permission to set up a little bed out even on pavement. It can be done. You can use boards and prepare a little bed, and you can put in a mixture such as, for example, sawdust, sand, and peat moss. You can make up your own artificial soil mix. Even if you can't get dirt anywhere, if you can get some of these kind of ingredients, and you can buy most of these things at a major store which has a garden department, or at an agricultural supply place. You can get bags of sand, you can get bags of peat moss, you can get bags of sawdust or bark chips or other things, and you can make proportions with the recipes that we furnish. You can make your own soil and put the nutrients on, and you can start growing some food, even if it's just a little 4x4 box, 4 feet by 4 feet square. As you have opportunity, you can work in larger areas. When you get to be able to grow garden size areas, then you will want to be able to have that experience to rely on, so that you won't have to go through the first steps and experience as much trial and error. You want to take advantage of every opportunity to learn all that you can. One of the things that you may want to watch for when you're selecting your garden spot in a country setting is, what is the slope of the land? If you don't have any level land, especially if you're finding or moving to a place that's in the mountains, you may have to work a little bit to make a few little level places on land that is not level. And you can use the things that you have at hand. If you have rocks available, if you have logs from trees, you can prepare level areas and use these rocks or trees to help hold the land in your garden bed. You can make terraces that will be able to give you areas to grow your food. I'm going to describe the steps that we would go through to make a small bed. This bed will be 4 feet wide, 25 feet long, which gives us 100 square feet. 100 square feet is a nice dimension to work with because it's easy to divide a recommendation that you may get from a soil test or in a book that you're reading about using certain types of soil amendments. The recommendations will often say so many pounds per acre or so many pounds per 1,000 square feet. It's easy to divide those measurements down to 100 square feet and still have a convenient amount that you can work with. So we've used these beds that we have constructed, that we have started here, as 100 square foot beds, and it makes it easy to work with. I'm going to also mention a few things about the tools that you would want to select for using for making your bed or doing your garden work. You remember in the experience recorded in the Bible when God called Moses to go lead the children of Israel out of Egypt, He called Moses to be a leader, and Moses felt unqualified. He didn't have the tools, he had lost the skills, and he felt unqualified. But the Lord asked him a question. He said, "What is in your hand?" And so we need to learn to ask ourselves the question when there's a work to do that the Lord has given us, what is in our hand? What do we have available? Sometimes we're in the position where we can get the tools we need, or tools that will work better than the tools that we do have. If we're in that position, that's good, but what if we don't have the funds, or the tools are not accessible that might be the best available tools for a specific job? Then we need to understand, how can we use what we do have to accomplish as good a purpose as possible? In this project of preparing a bed, this is a standard garden shovel that we can use. If that's what we have, they come with a fiberglass handle such as this one has, or they come with a wooden handle. We have several shovels with wooden handles. Generally, the wood handle is more likely to break than a fiberglass handle, but there are ways to select the best available of the wood handles so you'd have the least likelihood of breakage as well. The shovel that works good for some of what we're going to do here, if you want to buy a good quality shovel for this particular type of job, is a square looking spade. And you will notice on the bottom of the spade here, it has a solid section coming right off of the shovel and coming up with a handle going down into the shovel. Some types of spades or garden forks, such as this one here, is not solid coming up with the sleeve that comes around the handle. You can see that this is a different section, and the spade actually just has a section of it going up inside the handle. So when you're looking for a very high quality spade or shovel or garden fork, if you can find one that the shovel part or the fork part is solid where it goes up over the handle, that will be the strongest construction. They will cost a little more, but it's worth the extra expense if you're going to be using it a lot. Oftentimes it may be hard to find that kind, then you have to settle for what is available. This one here is the two-section style. I would prefer the single section, but it wasn't available when I was looking for a garden fork. The first thing that we're going to do here now in starting our bed is to measure off the dimensions, and we're going to try to keep it straight with the beds that we have put in so it looks neat and orderly. We want to represent the Lord in the order and the operation that we're doing here as far as possible, so we'll try to make it look neat and symmetrical. We'll get a couple stakes and we'll measure off here and hammer the stakes in so that we can get the corners marked securely. Let's start off from the lower edge of the bed there. And our bed is 4 feet wide, and we're leaving a 3-foot wide pathway so that we can go through with a lawnmower or a wheelbarrow. We leave enough room to get through. And then we'll come up 4 more feet from that, which will give us 11 feet. So we'll have a corner right up in here somewhere. Thank you. We may have to adjust it a little bit, so I won't put it in very deep. Let's do this on the other end now. All right, now let's measure the distance this way, and we'll get our 25 feet. Now we're going to come back down to our 4-foot mark. We'll measure off the bottom here again. So we've got 4 feet 3 feet, which gives us 4 feet from the other stake. Measuring, or look and see if we've got it lined up. It looks pretty straight. Let's bring one more stake and do the other side like that. All right. A little out of line. I'm using a hammer, but if I didn't have a hammer readily available, I could use a rock. Pound in the stakes with a rock. Just make sure not to get your finger underneath the rock when you're pounding the stake. Then we want to move the things out of the way that are going to be in the bed area. Okay. We're going to stretch the string along here between the stakes so that we can get a straight line for the edge of our bed. All right, our next step, now that we have done the edge all the way around and made a neat cut with the straight spade, is we're going to scoop off the top ½ inch or so of dirt along with the grass and all the little roots that are right up at the surface, and we're going to put that in the wheelbarrow. We will end up with just a bare scraped off piece of ground inside the part that we have marked out when we were cutting the edge with the spade. If you come across rocks, it's a good idea to take them out and keep them for other uses. One of the things you find in the country is that the things that are there are oftentimes things that will serve a useful purpose if you know what they're good for. When we first moved to this place, I was a little irritated with the rocks. We had lived in Michigan and we had nice deep loam soil to grow the garden in. We grew a little garden there. And here we had rocks. Sometimes it was very rocky in the ground, but through a period of time we learned that we can use the rocks to fill in ruts in the road. We can use the rocks to fix rock walls to help hold the dirt, and you can use them to build with and to close in around the ends of culverts when you're putting in a culvert to drain water. There are many, many uses of the rocks, so it's a good idea to save them. Have a rock pile somewhere on the place where you can put extra rocks that you don't need to have a use for them. Now you can see as we're going along here, that having cut this little edge first gives us a nice, neatly defined edge when we're skimming off the dirt here on top. And we don't end up with some of the grass or the dirt peeling off back beyond where the string is. As we work, it enables us to help keep a nice, clean, straight edge. Put this in the wheelbarrow here, and I'll mention a word about wheelbarrows. A wheelbarrow is something very useful in your country place. There are many things you can haul and move with a wheelbarrow much easier than you can try to carry them. This wheelbarrow, as you notice, has a solid piece of wood running all the way back through here. It's oak wood to the handles, makes a good strong handle. Some types of wheelbarrows that you can get just have two pieces of wood that are joined together in the middle with a metal plate bolted through to hold them together. This is better if you can get it. You'll also notice here, if you look close at the wheel, that there is a grease fitting where you can keep the wheel greased right down at the axle. And that's excellent. Many wheelbarrows don't have that, but if you can get a wheelbarrow that has a grease fitting there, in fact, any kind of machinery that you get that has moving parts, look to see if you can grease it with a grease fitting. Now this material that we're skimming off the top, we're going to dump off to the side. If you have started a compost pile, or if you're going to start one, this is a good thing that you can add to the compost pile. Make sure that you have the rocks out of it. But this makes a good addition to the compost pile. It provides microbes that will work to help break down the compost, as well as it adds things that may not be in other materials that you put in the compost pile. And in addition, the weed seeds and the plant roots and things that are in here will be killed by the compost pile heating up as it ferments and as the microbes work. Now we'll dump this out and come back then and do the next step. Now normally we would skim the whole top off here before coming and doing this step, but I'm just going to start here now since we have this part cleaned. Save a little time to demonstrate this. The next step after cleaning it all off will be to start here at the beginning, and we're going to try to go down a little deeper and dig a whole spade full of dirt out all the way along the edge on the end and put that in the wheelbarrow. You can see how having dug down the edge helps to keep the dirt coming out cleanly without a lot of it peeling up the side. Because this is pretty hard and has a hard clay subsoil layer, it's going to take a little more work digging than if the soil is more sandy or more loamy. But we want to dig a little trench all the way along here and get all of this dirt out down the depth of the spade. This is what is called a double dug bed. The reason it's called double dug or double digging is because we're going to dig down one depth of the spade in our first step of digging here. And then the next step will be to dig down below that. and loosen that up. So that's why it's double dug. It's like there's 2 stories of digging taking place. Now we'll have to keep going down a little deeper to get the length of a spade. You can see that this involves some work. Nowadays, many people try to figure out how to get out of work and avoid putting effort into things, but the Lord ordained work to be a blessing. In Genesis, He said that because of sin, He ordained that man should get what he eats by the sweat of his face. So you need some work every day, if possible, that will make you put forth enough energy to get you sweating. And this is a good job to accomplish that. While you're working on it, you can be thinking of all the lessons that there are in nature. The dirt is like our heart. This dirt here would represent a heart that's pretty hard. The harder it is, the stronger the tools need to be for digging it up. Sometimes, if it was very hard, we might have to use a pick or a mattock. The pick has a little wider end on one end and a pointed end on the other end. And it works good in ground where there's lots of rocks or gravel or ground that's very hard. You can break up the ground and then clean it out with a shovel. Now, you may have a mattock specially available. You can see this has a much wider blade than the pick. If the ground's not excessively hard, you can do faster work with this. And if you run into roots, this blade here works real good for chopping the roots. You can sharpen it up a little bit if it's dull for that purpose. The mattock or the pick also is an excellent tool if you have to dig a water ditch, getting down into hard subsoil where you want to keep a narrow ditch, and then you can scoop it out with a shovel. Now I'll show you something about the handles on these tools. When you're going to buy a tool, a shovel, a mattock or a pick or some other tool like that, a hoe or a rake, it's a good idea to look at the grain in the handle. If the handle is painted in such a way that you can't see the grain, then it's better to look for a tool that has a clear varnish where you can see the grain. For example, when we look at this pick handle, as we look down the end of the handle here, you can see the grain running along. You can see the lines of the grain. And the grain is not exactly straight. It's got a little bit of a curve right here. But we can see individual grains that start all the way at the bottom end. They go all the way along, and they're still there up at the top. If the grain runs out somewhere along the handle, and the grain is actually cross-grained in the handle, that handle will be very likely to break when it gets in a strain. You want a handle with the grain as straight as possible. Most of the grain needs to run all the way from one end of the handle to the other end. If you can get a straight grain like that, that will be the best kind of handle. Now you can see we've gotten down to our spade depth here. So if we get to hole this deep all the way along, we'll be down as deep as we need to be for our first layer of digging. Okay, we're going to take this dirt that we dug out of the first little trench. We're going to dump it off to the side. In this case, we'll put it on the tarp so that we can use it when we get to the other end to fill back in, because we're going to be moving all this dirt one spade width over as we go along. And we will use the dirt that we took out of this end and put it back in at the other end. We have to have this room so that we can keep digging and moving the dirt this way. So we've got to do something with the first dirt we dig out. Now here at the beginning, we'll actually need to dig a little wider because we're going to want to dig down deeper, so we'll have to dig the top layer a little wider. So I'll dig out one more shovel width here. Now that we've got the room, it'll be a little easier. The first trench is the one that takes the most work. I'm digging this out with a shovel because that's a tool that most everybody's going to have, everybody should have when they're getting in the country. We could be using, if all we had was the regular round-pointed shovel, such as we were using a little bit ago, like this right here. I could be using this if that was all I had. I don't have to have the special, more expensive tool. I can dig the dirt with this one too. The idea is to get the dirt dug up and give us room to work here at the end. You can see that it's going faster once we have that first ditch dug out, because you got room to push the dirt into as you're digging. Another thing to consider when you're working with a shovel, any kind of shovel where you're having to use your foot or your weight, the bottom of your shoe is going to be getting some more than normal pressure. If you were to wear tennis shoes, or sneakers as some people call them, you would find that pretty soon your foot would get sore in the bottom unless they have a pretty heavy sole that's pretty stiff on the bottom. So good work boots, even for women doing this kind of work, is a good consideration. There are different brands of work boots, some better than others. You can buy cheap brands that are made with many synthetic materials that sometimes will give out pretty quickly. You can buy more expensive ones made with durable, heavy-duty leather, sometimes with neoprene, heavy neoprene soles that are good insulators as well as wear well. Red Wing boots are one of the brands that are considered pretty good. They're more expensive, but generally when you're buying work boots and shoes, you get the quality that you're spending your money for. If you pay a lot more money, you might pay $100 or more for a good pair of shoes, but you'll be getting a good quality shoe. If you're buying a pair that's only $20, you are much more likely to get a pair that won't last as long. But it varies some, but that gives you a little idea of what you should consider when you're getting shoes that will hold up well for digging with a shovel, for hiking, for working on rocky ground. Even aside from the wear, getting boots that have good sturdy sides on them that go partway up your foot is a good consideration, because it helps to keep your ankle reinforced. You won't twist your foot as much as you would with a low shoe. And it's also protection for reptiles that might be likely to try to bite you. In some places, people have snakes. Some of them are poisonous snakes. Here in our area, occasionally we see some poisonous snakes, generally copperheads. And having good shoes can help protect you from the likelihood of getting bitten if you step on a snake or walk close to one that you might not see. Now you can see here in the part that we've dug so far, we basically have a trench about a spade's length deep. And we're going to do the double dug part now, which makes this a double dug bed, or doing double digging. And the second part we're going to do with the garden spade. As I mentioned before, having one that's a solid piece all the way up and down here will be much stronger, especially if you have very hard soil down in the bottom. If you can't do what needs to be done with a fork, we may still have to do it with a pick. But the idea is to work this soil up and get air into it down here the next little ways down. So I'm going to dig this one width of this garden fork, and we're going to try to work it up down as deep as we can, if possible down to the depth of the garden fork. One of the reasons for getting air down in it is that oxygen is one of the things that is necessary for good root growth in the plants. And it also is necessary for microbe activity in the soil. There are a lot of minerals in this subsoil, even though it doesn't look black like you think of for good soil. There are many, many minerals in that soil, and if we can get microbe activity and oxygen down in that soil, it will help to make those minerals soluble. It helps break down some of them, and the roots can grow down in there easier and take advantage of that. It also will help the water to be able to go down deeper when it rains rather than run off. We'll end up with nearly 2 feet of depth here of soil worked up, and when it rains, the water will soak in there and stay much longer than it would on the rest of this, where it just run off the top of the ground. This may seem like a lot of work, but you will definitely see the benefits when you go to grow the food. And working it up like this initially may take a little more work, but once you've worked it up like this, you can work the soil much easier in the future, and you don't have to always dig it down so deep every year. But as you do work the soil, you will find that it won't be hard to dig down and to do this kind of work even down 2 layers deep. After a few years, when it gets nice and loose from putting the right kind of amendments and getting organic matter that helps to make it more fluffy, you'll find it to be very easy to dig, and it almost will be a pleasure just to think of working down through that soil with much less effort and getting oxygen down in there again and loosening it up where the roots can grow well. Again, when you're doing this kind of work, you can think about breaking up the fallow ground of the heart. In our hearts, there are many places that are hard. They've never been opened up before to view, perhaps. They need to be broken up and worked up where the water and the oxygen of God's Word and His light, His Holy Spirit can get into the dark corners and help the roots of God's Word to grow. Down at this level, it won't matter too much if there's rocks in there. A few rocks, all right if they're not too big, because they're actually a mineral bank in the soil. The main problem with the rocks up in the upper layer is that they're a mechanical handicap. They get in your way when you're trying to work. But the rocks are part of what helps to give minerals in the soil. As the rocks are slowly breaking down over a process of many years, they supply minerals in the soil. I've often thought if there was a way to have an economical machine that could be freely available to people growing gardens, they would grind up the rocks and just grind them into fine powder like talcum powder. You could supply many of your own minerals that are needed in the soil just by collecting rocks and grinding them all up real fine. In fact, some of the things that we will talk about a little later actually are just ground up rocks from deposits naturally deposited through the past, possibly at the time of the flood, that supply needed minerals in the soil. And large machines are used to break those up and grind them into very fine powder, which you can then use in your garden. And we'll go on back like we did on the top layer and break up the next part also. Here again, if we didn't have a garden fork, we could use a shovel and a pick. A garden fork works a little better if you have a good strong one, because it's easier to break the soil up into small pieces and not have big clods. There are actually some people who, maybe I would call them purists. They don't want to use anything mechanized in their beds or in their work in the garden, and that's fine. Sometimes you may be in a situation where you just simply don't have the time available to do all the work that would be most helpful in preparing the soil just with hand tools. I have used machinery. You could use a backhoe or an implement with a tractor if it's available. You could even use a track hoe to dig the bed out. While there might be some disadvantages in certain respects, yet the overall result will be close to the same. And of course it can be done in a much quicker length of time. So you have to weigh those things and what your goals are. If you like the satisfaction of having done it all by hand, that's good. Helps develop patience also. All right, we're going to do the next step now. We've dug this with our garden fork and we've got it all broken up and loosened up down there. It gets some oxygen down in the soil and it helps enable moisture to get down there easier as the rain soaks down through the soil. The next step is to get our spade again, or we can use a regular round pointed shovel if that's all we have. And we're going to go our next spade width, reinforce the line that we had here along the edge. Now we're going to take this layer of dirt and we're just going to move it over to the next, or the first area that we dug. We'll mix it all up here. You could use a garden fork for this too, but because this soil is so hard, I'm going to use the spade, and when I get it over there, I'll try to break it up a little more with the garden fork. So we're moving it over and giving ourselves enough room to be able to have more room to dig down on our second layer in the new position. And now I'm going through and doing the bottom again like we did before. And we'll just keep doing that again and again all the way down through the bed. We'll dig back another shovel width, put that over on top on top of this after we get done, then dig down with the garden fork and loosen up what's down below. This is a lot of work getting this broken up, but if we are using the right methods, fixing this bed, it will never be this hard again. It'll become easier and easier till it's a pleasure to work it up because it's so easy to work and so soft, pliable. That's the way the Lord wants our hearts to be. And of course, if this was all solid rock, to make a bed like this, it would take some very heavy-duty tools. Take jackhammers and dynamite. Sometimes the work in our heart takes the Lord's heavy tools that are like that. Now that breaks things up much smaller. And the next step then is to dig here again with a shovel, then loosen up the bottom, and we'll just keep moving it this way. When we finish digging our bed, we want to go around and collect the things that have rolled out and kind of even up the sides. Get it ready for putting on the things that are going to be adding the nutrients that are needed in this soil. This is the step that we want to do in the fall especially. One of the reasons for starting our whole gardening system in the fall is that many of the things that we put on to help the plants to grow actually need a period of time to break down and become soluble, especially in an organic garden or a biological type garden that's using just natural things that you can produce yourself or find readily available that have not been prepared in a synthetic chemical factory. In this kind of a bed, you will want to be able to have compost and other things available to put on, and many of these types of amendments need time to break down for microbe activity to take place, and especially the rock powders such as lime and soft rock phosphate, which we'll talk about a little more in a few minutes. These kind of things need time to break down and become more soluble through weathering and microbe activity. In 1 acre of really good fertile ground, there are enough microbes to be the equivalent of a 1-ton cow. And when you're putting amendments on the ground, especially in an organic gardening approach, we want to think of feeding the soil, not just feeding the plant. We want to be feeding those microbes because the microbes are one of the key factors in breaking down the elements of the soil into soluble forms that the plants can use. Now we know that in our bodies we need calcium, we need phosphorus, we need iron. We could go out and get rocks that have calcium in them and we could grind them up into powder and we can eat them, but our body won't be able to use a lot of the calcium that's in that form. We could go and get nails. We could get pure iron that's been smelted at the factory and just is in blocks. But if we were to lick on that or we were to grind it up and sprinkle it in our food, our bodies can't use the metal form of iron. But when iron is in compounds in other forms, some of those compounds are soluble and our bodies are able to use them. The same is true of the plants. So the things that we put on have different forms of the elements necessary for the plants, but they need to be able to be broken down into soluble forms. If we're starting in the spring and we put these things on, it's going to take at least 3 or 4 months, maybe 5 or 6 months in some cases, to start getting a significant result from the breakdown process. So that means by the time they start really becoming more available to the plants, that the plants are already done producing. So we really want to start in the fall and give that opportunity for the weathering process through the winter months and for the soil to be able to absorb and the microbes to work. The microbes can work anytime the soil is above 32 degrees, and if there's a good snow cover on the ground for quite a bit of the winter, such as there is in some places up north where there's a deep snowfall, the ground actually can be not frozen. The snow is insulating the ground, and it may be very cold above the snow, but 2 or 3 feet of snow insulates the ground so well that this ground may not be frozen hardly at all. And in that case, the microbes keep on working as long as there's oxygen and there's food available for them to work on. So we're going to prepare this bed just as we would in the fall, and the same principles would be true in a field if we were preparing a field for use next year. And if we have not had any treatment on the field before, we've just moved out to the country and we want to start preparing a garden or a bed, we want to prepare the soil this way. We want to get it worked up. We may need to plow it in order to do that. And then we want to put some things on it. And I'm going to go through the things that we want to put on it. The first thing we want to put on this bed or on a field that we're preparing for the first time, especially in an area where it hasn't been worked before or for the previous several years, is a product called soft rock phosphate. It can be obtained from many stores where organic gardening supplies are available. It can also be obtained through getting together with other growers in your area who might be interested in a large amount and then ordered direct from the supplier where it is manufactured. This rock phosphate that we will be using here is called Lon Fosco. It's the Lon Fosco brand soft rock phosphate. It's a colloidal phosphate clay that's left over from phosphate mining operations, and it actually has quite a wide variety of elements in it. It has calcium as well as phosphorus available in it. And it's an excellent product to use to supply phosphorus in forms that benefit the plants and help in the absorption of many of the elements which are in the soil that the plants need. We're going to put on a 100 square foot bed 10 pounds of soft rock phosphate. If you are working with a piece of land that has not been worked before or has not been treated with lime or soft rock phosphate, it's a good rule of thumb to use the soft rock phosphate at the rate of about 2 tons per acre. 1 acre is 43,000 square feet, and we can just round that off to 40,000 square feet. 2 tons is 4,000 pounds. So the rate of 2 tons per acre would be 4,000 pounds for 40,000 square feet if we approximate it. And that is the equivalent of 1 pound for every 10 square feet. So on a 100 square foot bed, that means 10 pounds. The same is true for lime, which will be the next thing that we put on after the rock phosphate. We want to put on 10 pounds of lime as well. Lime should be applied especially on acidic soils that have not been treated in the past several years at the same rate of 2 tons per acre. So we'll measure out 10 pounds of soft rock phosphate first. That's the first thing we want to put on here, and then 10 pounds of high calcium lime. we get our soft rock phosphate, and we want 10 pounds of it for the bed. For all practical purposes, we can use one of these sheetrock joint compound buckets. They hold the equivalent of about 5 gallons, and we can put, if we were to fill up the bucket, we'd use at least 2/3 of this bag. So a little over half of the bucket would be about half of the bag. This is a 50-pound bag, so half of the bag would be 25 pounds, and we only want 10 pounds, so we use about a little less than 1/4 of the bucket. That should give us about 10 pounds. If you're really concerned about getting it exact, you can get out your bathroom scale, set the bucket on it, and measure it out. But here you can see what we have in the bottom of the bucket. That's probably pretty close to the equivalent of 10 pounds. After you weigh it a few times, you can see about how much a bucket will hold, and then you can guess pretty well and pretty close to what you need. And we want to sprinkle this as evenly as possible over the bed. We won't go too thick because we can go all the way from one end to the other and then come back across it and fill in with whatever's left. And it would be the same if you were doing a regular garden spot or a field that hadn't been worked recently for several years. You'd want to spread this out all across the field evenly. Now we're ready to get the lime, which we'll put on at the same rate. Here again, we'll use the high calcium lime. The reason that we want to use high calcium lime is because in our soils here in North Carolina, western North Carolina, and actually in many of the states here in the many of the areas here in the Appalachian Mountains, the soil is a heavy clay, the red gumbo type of clay. It sticks to the bottom of your feet. High magnesium content is part of the problem in this clay because magnesium binds the soil particles together with a bond, a glue-like bond, and calcium helps to break that bond up. If there's sufficient levels of calcium in proportion to magnesium in the soil, then the soil will be much more loose and will not be so gluey and tight. This soil, as you could see from the work we did digging in the beds, was very heavy clay, very tight. So by putting enough calcium on in the form of lime, we will be able to help loosen that soil up and make it much more permeable. The water can soak down through it, the roots can grow down through it more easily. Sufficient calcium levels are also important in order for the elements and the minerals and nutrients to be able to be transported into the plant tissues. Calcium is like the foundation for the nutritional basis of the plants. Just like in our bodies, calcium is the element, the mineral that's most needed. So we'll spread our 10 pounds of lime on this bed on top of the rock phosphate. The high calcium lime has a very high percentage of calcium in it. Some of the types of lime that are available have higher percentages of magnesium than high calcium lime. High calcium lime is extremely low in magnesium, and we don't want to add magnesium to this heavy clay soil. Dolomite limestone has a much higher percentage of magnesium, so we don't want to use that type of limestone. Agricultural limestone has a higher percentage of magnesium than the high calcium lime. So where it's possible to get it, the high calcium lime is best in this kind of soil. If your soil is pretty sandy, then it'd be all right to use the agricultural lime, or if it's very sandy, even dolomite lime would be good, because then you need to increase the magnesium that's present in order to help bind the soil together so the water doesn't run through it so fast. You want to hold the water in the soil if possible, but you still want it to be able to percolate down through the soil sufficiently for the roots to be able to be watered well. Now we have the rock phosphate and the lime. We'll go to the next thing we're going to put on. You may not be able to get kelp meal, but kelp meal, if it can be obtained, is one of the best things you can get to put on your garden to supply many of the micronutrients that plants need. And we're going to put some kelp meal on this. Kelp comes from plants that grow in the sea, and they take the minerals which have been washing off the land for centuries after centuries. Those minerals are out in the sea, and the kelp is using those minerals to grow, and by harvesting the kelp and by putting it back on our land, we're returning some of those minerals and micronutrients that have been lost more and more from the land. We're going to put on this 100 square foot bed about 2 pounds of kelp meal. This container holds about 2 pounds. We'll sprinkle this carefully, just as we did the phosphate and the lime. If you can't get kelp meal, then you might be able to get some other kind of a highly nutritious feed meal, such as alfalfa meal. It won't have quite as many of all of the micronutrients, but it will have many elements that would be very beneficial for the soil. Alfalfa has roots that can go down through very hard soil, and in good soil, alfalfa roots can go down as far as 18 feet and mine some of the minerals way down in the ground. So you can use alfalfa meal from a feed store for animal feed or livestock feed. You can also get some things like soybean meal and cottonseed meal at some of those stores. It's used in feed. You can feed your microbes and your soil. But kelp meal is number one for supplying many of the micronutrients that are needed, and if you can get it, it's ideal to get. There are sources for that in Maine, up in Canada, and some other places. We will give some of the places where you can order it. It's expensive to get it shipped, but sometimes you can get it more cheaply at a garden supply store that caters to organic growers or biological gardeners. The next thing we want to put on top of this mix as we're getting the layers built up is compost or manure. Manure compost is excellent, or some kind of compost that may be already prepared. If you're just getting started with a bed, then you may not have access to compost you can put on this at this point, but maybe you can get some manure from some horse stable nearby or a cow barn. If you can get some manure, you can put it on. If you use fresh manure, fall is the time that you want to put on fresh manure. You can put compost on at other times of the year, but fresh manure should be put on only in the fall so it has an opportunity to weather through the winter and to break down and the microbes to work on it before you start trying to grow plants in the soil where you have applied it. We have some composted manure here that we will use. It's chicken manure compost and has other elements in it. Some people want to avoid using any animal products, and if you wish to do that, then you can use compost that's made strictly from vegetation. If you don't have some that you've already composted, then you can go to a place where there's woods or somewhere where there has been vegetation that has rotted down, and you can get compost from the leaves in the woods. But some kind of compost that has high nitrogen in it will work best, and manures provide more of the nitrogen for your compost. Compost made from grass clippings or other very green, lush vegetation will provide higher contents of nitrogen as well. We will get some of our compost and put it on here now. For this bed, we want to put about 20 pounds of manure compost. If you're using other types of compost that are not as concentrated as manure compost, then you can use a little more in your quantity. If you're using fresh manure, you can use maybe up to 50 or 60 pounds of different types of manures that will break down and compost through the winter on your bed. We're going to use some compost that we've collected here, about 20 pounds for this bed, which will be about the equivalent of a bucket full. All right, the next thing we're going to put on here is a little bit of copper sulfate and iron sulfate. Both of those are things that many soils are low in and are essential for good plant growth. They're micro minerals. They're not the major ones, but they're ones that are important. So we're going to put a little on, about 4 ounces of each. This is 4 ounces of iron sulfate. Four ounces of copper sulfate. Copper is an element that's very important for strong plant tissue on the surfaces. It helps it to be elastic and strong so that it doesn't break as easily and insects don't get into the stems as easily, and it can heal quickly. Allows for good flow of sap. So copper is important to make sure that there's enough, but we don't want too much. Many of these micronutrients are highly important after the other things that are in larger proportions have been taken care of, but if you get too much when you're adding on the micronutrients, then you have toxic levels. So you want just enough to support good plant growth and to avoid a deficiency. Now that we've put these things on, we could put maybe a little layer of leaf compost or some grass clippings or something over it. We have some leaf compost here close by that we've been able to haul from a leaf dump, so we'll get a bucket of that and sprinkle it over the top. You'll notice that we have some of our sources of compost and garden amendments stockpiled here close by. It's good to have a place that's going to be close to your garden, but far enough away from your house that you don't have to have the things that may be going into the air from decomposing vegetation. You don't want that close to your house, but if you can have it somewhere that's easily accessible, that you can go to it from your garden and take the things to put on your garden as the compost is developing from vegetation or grass clippings or kitchen scraps. It will decompose, and as you get compost made, then you can put it on your garden if it's close by. Not only do we have the sources of some of these things here close by, but we have them on the uphill side, so we don't have to haul our things uphill. We can haul with the truck and dump off on the uphill side, and then we can carry the things downhill. It's much easier than carrying them uphill. Now we'll put the leaf compost, we'll spread it around over the top as uniformly as possible to try to cover the things that we've put in here. Not only will the nutrients from the leaf compost soak down through, but it will also protect the things underneath, because some of these elements of compost and fertilizers that we've put on in the lower layers are somewhat volatile. There are certain parts of them that are volatile and can go off into the air more readily. One reason we're not mixing them up down into the dirt is because we still want to get as much of the weathering process to break them down as possible, but if we can cover them over with a little layer of something that helps keep it trapped in there more, then that'll be beneficial. It may seem like a small thing, but in gardening, everything that you can do that is beneficial, all of it can add together and make a result that you can tell the difference. Now it might seem like it would be a lot easier, rather than putting these down layer by layer, to just shovel it all into a barrel or a wheelbarrow or a mixer, mix it all together and pour it on. You would get some result from doing that. Your plants would get some nutrients. But there's a purpose in putting the lime and the phosphate down in the order that we did before we put anything else on. We want the phosphate and the lime, the rock phosphate and the lime, to be close together, physically able to be in contact with each other as much as possible, because there is a chemical reaction that takes place in the rock phosphate and the calcium of the lime. It actually forms a bond that will work through the soil as it is weathering and as it gradually works its way down through the soil. In the soil structure, phosphate will stay much more stable in the soil wherever it is, and calcium tends to gradually work itself down through the soil. The carbons in the soil, such as in organic matter, if there is enough looseness and permeability in the soil, the carbons tend to work their way up toward the top. So by putting these layers down as we have, we put the layers in a way where they can chemically bond together in their working down through the soil, and then they can become soluble to the plants through the process of weathering and microbe action. And when we get ready to prepare this bed in the fall, not in the fall, but in the spring, then we will mix this together. It's had opportunity to work and to get into some of the top layer of soil. We will do some raking and mixing down 3 or 4 inches, and that's the time we want to really get things all mixed together in the top few inches of the soil and prepare it for planting the seeds. But what we've done here now prepares it to sit through the winter and to hold the things that we've put in there in the proper place, to weather, for the moisture to go down through and to work in the soil. And this will also settle. It's fluffed up from digging, but through the winter it will settle down, and we can rake this out. The dirt will be looser. We'll have these elements that we've put on to mix in the spring and prepare it to plant. A light watering will be helpful if the weather is pretty dry. One of the things that we'll do along with the watering is add something that really feeds the microbe activity. The microbe activity is going to be working especially up here in the layers of compost and things that we put on. And we can feed that microbe activity and really encourage it with a dose of soluble carbon and minerals in the form of feed-grade blackstrap molasses. This is used by many dairy farmers and cattle growers to supplement the diets of their animals, because the land is so depleted of many minerals and elements the cattle growers use this blackstrap molasses as a byproduct of the sugar industry to feed their cattle. But you can buy this from feed stores often in liquid form, and you can use this on your garden. It's an excellent garden supplement. We're going to pour a little bit on just before we water. I have here about 1 quart of it, and that works good for our bed. Just sprinkle it around. This is an excellent additive to compost mixtures also, where you're wanting the microbe activity to really get working good. We'll just give this a little soaking on top here. We won't try to soak it all the way down, just enough to wet the top well and let that compost be moist. Microbes will go dormant or even die when they're totally dry, so it's important to try to keep the microbes moist so they can work. There are some other things that we should consider when we're looking for the place where we're going to establish our garden area. We want to see what kind of soil it is, and we can tell to some extent by looking at what's growing there. There are certain types of weeds that we can learn to identify. Here in western North Carolina, we have areas where there is a lot of plant grass that's called broom sage that grows. And this plant grows where the calcium levels are very low. We can learn to identify different kinds of weeds that will show us what the elements are that are present in the soil and where deficiencies occur. And this leads us to the matter of soil tests. Many people like to find out what the conditions of their soil are, the elements that are present or the elements that may be deficient and need to be built up by getting a soil test. In the counties of our state and in most counties of the states across America, there is an opportunity to get a soil test through the Agricultural Extension Service. Some people may not want to take that option. They might want to get soil tests done through, or lab testing through private labs. And there may be some people that don't want to even deal with taking soil tests, but we can learn to evaluate what's in the soil by learning the kinds of weeds that grow under certain conditions, and we can, in a sense, make our own soil test without using sophisticated lab equipment. It may not be quite as accurate, but we can get some general ideas, and we can find out what we need to put on. We will give some ideas of the proportions that need to be put on in different kinds of soils as we go through some of the material and demonstrations that we'll be covering. Okay, I'm going to demonstrate here what you would need to do to take a soil sample, which is a good idea if you're starting out in a place and you don't know what the condition of the soil is, what has been done on it in the past. A soil sample can give you somewhat of an idea of what the needs of the soil will be, so you can work in harmony with the needs of the soil to produce the best condition of soil for growing plants. There are several places where you can send soil samples, and according to how much money you want to spend and what kind of quality results you want to get, you can decide, and I will describe that as we go along. The tool that I'm going to use is for pulling little core samples from the ground. This tool is similar to ones that you can purchase from agricultural catalogs or supply places. If you can't find a place to get a tool like this or other types of tools that you need or implements for your garden work, you can check with a county extension agent and find out what information they might be able to give you. Most every county in the United States of America has an extension cooperative service or cooperative extension service that is there to give you information and to help you to be able to find out what you need to know to do things in your gardening, in your farming, in your planning and taking care even of forest lands, pasture lands, forest, animal raising, most all kinds of agriculture and growing things. You can find useful information through the Cooperative Extension Service. This tool is actually not one that I bought, it is one that I made. I made it out of a piece of 1/2-inch galvanized pipe and a piece of electrical EMT conduit, the 3/4 inch. I just cut the piece of 3/4 inch conduit and I welded a little 6-inch or 7-inch section of the 1/2-inch galvanized pipe on top for a handle. Then I used a grinder and cut out part of the side so that I can pull the dirt out of the core sample. I left a little bit on the end of the tool so I have a completely solid circle on the bottom to cut as I go down through the soil, and then I can twist it around and it will get a core sample in this whole length however deep I go, and I can pull it up and put it in the bucket. So we're going to go along in this bed and pull some core samples. To get a really good representative soil sample, you want to get core samples from several different places in the area that you're going to be growing in, and you want to mix them all together thoroughly and then take the amount that's necessary to fill up the sample box or container that you're going to be sending in with your soil sample to get it evaluated. So we will take maybe about 10 core samples in this bed. Since the Agricultural Extension Service is supported by tax money and it's there to serve you, you don't have to pay a significant amount. In many cases, you don't have to pay any amount other than the postage to cover mailing them in. That's the way it is here in our county. So there's no problem with taking soil samples for every single bed that we're growing, and wherever we're growing fruit trees, we can get a sample for each fruit tree or for a certain section that may have a little different soil conditions than another section. So there's not really a limit. If we want to take 35 soil samples, we can take those and send them in, and the Extension Service is there to provide that help to you so that you can get the best results. We'll take some samples here and you can see how this works. We'll start at one end. We'll push this down about 6 to 8 inches, depending on whether we hit rocks. If it's rocky soil, then you may have to move and go down a little bit more. We'll turn it around. Then when we pull it up, you can see we've got a sample in here that shows you even what the layers of soil are like. The roots are going to be growing down 6 or 8 inches. Generally, when you get soil recommendations from your soil sample, they will be giving you recommendations based on the top 6 inches of soil. Generally, it's figured that good topsoil where the roots are growing is going to cover about 6 inches. So when you get fertilizer recommendations or other soil amendments, they will be giving you a recommendation that's designed to treat primarily the top 6 inches of soil. That's where most of the activity takes place for the root growth. So we'll get here about 6 to 8 inches, then we'll push it out and drop it into the bucket. We'll go down here and get another sample a little ways away. We want to get about 10 samples all the way through the bed, so we'll spread out. This is a bed that we've had growing or been using for about a year. And we've already gotten some soil samples previously and put some amendments on, but now taking a soil sample will give us an idea of what's been happening with the soil amendments we've put on in the past. How well have they been helping? And where is the soil now in relation to what its needs are? It's not essential to take a soil test every year, but if you really want to monitor what's going on in your soil, it can be very helpful. Since this bed is here on somewhat of a sloping hillside, we have put boards in to help keep the dirt that we're building up between the paths from moving on down onto the lower side of the bed. Eventually we may put a little retaining board on the upper side too. It helps keep a nice demarcation for the edge of the bed all the way around. Because you can use these boards for sides, it adapts very nicely to hillsides where you may have to make level areas in steps like a terrace. And you can just make a wide enough step at each level and put a bed on it and leave enough room for a path. Alright, I'll show you what we've got in our bucket now. And we're going to get all of this broken up real fine so it mixes together well. This gives us a cross sample of the whole bed down about 6 inches to 8 inches. We're going to get it all mixed up and pulverized thoroughly. We could get soil samples like this with a shovel if we had to, by digging down with a shovel and then making a cut in the ground, moving back a little bit and maybe about an inch, digging down again and taking that whole slice up and then knocking off part of the dirt till we have the equivalent of a core sample up and down the middle of that shovel slice of dirt. It's a little more time consuming, but you can do it that way using what you have in your hand if a shovel's all you got. The idea is to get a representative sample of the soil from several different places in the area that you're going to be testing. If there's any pebbles or rocks, you need to throw them out because those won't go through a soil sample process. Also, you want to avoid getting things like earthworms, sections of a root, or weed stalk. You want basically just the dirt. Okay, I'm going to fill out the information on this little soil test box, which I have obtained from the county extension agent. And on the little box there's a place for me to put a designation for this particular soil sample. They want to keep track of it when they do the testing analysis on it in their soil lab, and I need to keep track of it also so that I will know which plot the recommendations are for when it comes back. So I'm going to give this designation. This is our first bed in the row of beds, so we'll call this Garden Bed 1. So I'll put GB1. You can use letters or numbers. And I have filled in my name and address on this little box. It has directions on filling it out already on the box, so if there's any question you can read the directions. Then we have to fold it and put it together to prepare it for holding the dirt. Here's part of an acorn. We don't need that in it. It doesn't have to be filled all the way to the top in this particular sample. It has a fill line shown on the side, so it needs to be filled up to that line at least. I filled it a little more than that because there will probably be some settling that occurs, but that's the amount that they have to have in order to be able to do a adequate soil sample lab analysis. Then we'll close the flaps on the top. And that's all packaged up, ready to send. But we're not ready to send it yet because we need to fill out some information about what we're going to grow in this bed to send along with this soil sample. And I have to fill out my name, and I have to fill out the rest of this information, and I need to put the sample identification designation I had, GB1. And then if I grew a crop last year, in this here I have to put a designation, and I'll just put garden. Then it has crop code. On the back of this sheet it has a list of codes for different crops. And I'll see if there's a code for a vegetable garden here. Here's the one. It says this 024 is a code for all home garden vegetables. So I'll put 024 as the crop code. Then if I put any lime last year, I need to put that in here, and I did put a little lime on there at the rate of probably what would be the equivalent to 1 ton per acre. Now an acre is approximately 43,000 square feet. For the purpose of our calculations, we can use just an average of 40,000 square feet. 1 ton is 2,000 pounds, so if we put the equivalent of 2,000 pounds per 1 acre, that would be about 5 pounds for 100 square feet. So our bed here is 4 feet wide, 25 feet long, and that will be the equivalent of about 5 pounds of lime that we put on here last year. So that equals the rate of 1 ton per acre. T/A means tons per acre. That was our rate, even though we only covered 100 square feet. It was the same rate as 1 ton per acre, so we'll put a 1 here. And it was applied within the past year, so we'll put here when the bed was made and we prepared this. Let's say that was in the year 2005, the month of January. Or we could put 1 for the first month. Now we need to put the next crop we're going to grow. Again, in this bed, we will be growing garden vegetables next year. So the crop code is 024 on this sheet. So we'll put garden 024. And next year we expect to grow a garden there again, just garden vegetables like tomatoes and potatoes and okra, cabbage and lettuce and things like that. So we'll put garden. .024. Now we have that filled out for this particular bed. With regard to soil testing, I might mention something else. I have here a copy of a private lab where soil testing services are available, and they list several different kinds of soil tests. A standard soil test is one of them, and nutrient solubility is another one, and a standard water test, and several others. And one of the things that is oftentimes found in soil testing labs is that the test is testing for the amount of an element that is available in the soil. It doesn't necessarily tell you whether that element is soluble or not. It's the amount of the element that's present in the soil. And so for plant growth, we really need to know what amount of the elements are soluble that the plants are able to utilize. So this lab, Logan Labs, supplies both types of tests, and if you wish, you are able to find out how much of different elements, total amounts, are available in the soil and how much of those elements are actually soluble for the plants. It's possible that you could have 40 or 50,000 pounds of potassium or phosphorus in a soil, but maybe a very, very small amount would actually be soluble. So these are some of the things that can be kept in mind in considering soil tests. Several of the private soil labs that are available we will mention at the end of this DVD in resource materials. We'll give the names and addresses of these soil labs. I want to explain a little bit in regard to the principles of soil structure. In the soil structure that we are working with here in our area, we have a lot of heavy clay. In other areas, there may be loam, sandy loam. In some areas, the soil may be mostly sandy soil. And in the soil structure, we have fine particles and large particles and varying grades in between. The soil that is clay, especially heavy clay, has very small particles. It's the smallest type of particle in the soil, and sand is the largest type of particle in soil structure. Now we also have rocks, which of course are much larger, but we don't consider that soil. So in types of soil, we have the sizes ranging all the way from sand down to the smallest particles, clay. And the different elements that oftentimes we find in the soil and that are necessary for plant growth are attracted to those soil particles, or they may be repelled from the soil particles depending on the condition. And these soil particles can attract and hold the different elements and retain them there for plants to absorb and use. These elements include calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, potassium, sulfur, copper, iron, manganese, zinc, boron, and some other very small trace elements. We need to consider in our approach to gardening and agriculture that we're not really trying so much to feed the plants as we are to feed the soil. We want to put things on the soil that will keep microbe action going in the soil, because it is microbe action that to a large degree breaks down the insoluble forms of these different elements and makes them available for the plants. And we'll discuss more of some of these details as we go along. We're going to prepare this bed, part of it at least, to demonstrate what you would do in the preparation of a fall bed for making some things that you would like to use in your kitchen, some simple things that can grow on into cold weather past the time of frost. And this would be a little fall garden crop in this bed. We're starting in the fall with our preparation for these different things, some of it because we want to grow something, such as in this bed, for use here in the fall, and some of it because when we're starting in a new place, we want to start our preparation in the fall so that many of the steps that need to be accomplished to prepare for growing will have been accomplished by the time we get ready to plant in the spring. We're using a bed for our fall garden endeavor here that has already been prepared previously. We've done the preparation in the past. We've grown some things on it this summer, and we're going to rework it a little bit and add some things to prepare it for growing a fall crop with some greens, lettuce, and things like that. What we're going to do first is to dig the existing soil up. It's already fairly loose because we've added organic matter back when we planted the crops in that we grew for this year. So it's easy to dig and to mix up a little bit. We just want to loosen it up, get air down there in the soil and mix it a little more. We're going to add a few more things to it and help to build it up, and we'll mix them in too. But right now we want to mix up down the depth of the garden fork before we add anything to it. Mixing the air down in here is especially helpful on this bed because we have a lot of organic matter. As you can see from the dirt that's showing up in here, there's some of this that's dark on the top, and then there's more just regular dirt down underneath. So by getting it all mixed up, we're mixing more of this organic matter along with the dirt that's down underneath, and that will get air down there, and the microbes will be working on this organic matter and continue breaking it down, and it will make a nice deep layer of topsoil that's loose, and the roots of things that we grow in here will be easy for them to grow. We can plant things like beets or carrots. Even for growing in the winter, we could plant some beets and carrots and then mulch them so that the ground would not freeze. And if we start early enough in the fall, for instance, it would probably be a good idea to plant things like beets and carrots that need to get a little start a little earlier than some of the other things like greens or lettuce. Beets and carrots would probably, in our climate here, would be good to start around August. That would give them about a month to grow before frost became likely. So you can figure out about when your first frost might come. Sometimes you can get that information from other people that are gardeners in your area, or you can check with the Extension Service, and you can find out when the first frosts are likely to come, and then figure back about a month and plant some of the things that you'd like to grow for fall crops or into some of the winter even. So we'll prepare this bed by doing this digging first, and then we'll go on to the next step. You notice how easy it is to dig in and turn this over. Quite different from working in the bed where we're digging for the first time. I have here a soil test report for this area where we have this bed, and we're going to look at what the report indicates and discuss some of the things that describe what we should consider as needs of this bed, and we're going to need to decide what to put on in order to supply those needs before we get it all finished in our preparation for planting seeds. On this report, it has a number or a row of numbers along the bottom with headings in bold. HM%, that's the humus percent. It also has CEC, which means cation exchange capacity. It has BS%, which means base saturation. It has AC, which means acidity. It has pH, which means the level of acid and base relationship. It has a P-I, which stands for phosphorus index. It has K-I. K is the letter that represents potassium in the elemental chart, so that's the potassium index. It also has Ca%, that means percent of the cation exchange capacity that is calcium. Then it has an Mg%, which means the percent of the cation exchange capacity, which is magnesium. Then Mn-I, which means manganese index. There are several others in here. One of them is a Zn index, that's zinc index. Cu index, which is copper index. S index, which is sulfur. And there are some others which generally are not used except in very special situations, so they don't apply to our particular test. At the very end of this lineup, it has Na, which is an indication of sodium level in the soil. Na stands for sodium in the elemental designations. We're going to go back now and discuss just briefly cation exchange capacity. I'll explain a little bit about the structure of the soil because we want to understand some things that this report tells us about levels of magnesium and calcium and potassium and some of those things. The cation exchange capacity refers to the ability or capacity of the soil to hold certain elements and indicates what levels it is holding those elements, and that gives you some indication what elements are there available for plants. The total cation exchange capacity will be all of the different ions, which are positively charged ions generally, that can be held on soil colloids. The colloids of the soil are little microscopic plate-shaped particles of soil. Clay is the finest or smallest particle of soil. Then there are different types of soil with progressively larger particles getting all the way to sand, which is the largest type of particle that's in the soil. Soil that's very sandy will have a lot of large particles in it. Clay is very fine. It's much easier for clay to stick together because it's so fine. The ability of the little particles of the soil to hold certain elements depends on the electrical charge on those little soil plates and the electrical charge of the element, which may bond to that plate for some time, or at least temporarily, sometimes for a long time, depending on the strength of that bond. As in magnetism, a positively charged pole on a magnet will be attracted to a negatively charged pole on another magnet. Those two will stick together. Two positively charged magnets will repel each other. The same type of thing works in the soil structure. Positively charged ions in the soil structure or colloids will attract negatively charged ions or particles in the soil. But two positively charged particles that are colloids or ions will repel each other. So in the soil, we want to find out how much of the element calcium is retained or held by those soil colloids, how much magnesium. And the exchange capacity is a designation indicating the ability of the soil to hold the total amount of all the different elements that would be considered cations. We'll discuss a little later the difference between two types of elements in the soil. Some are positively charged, some are negatively charged. There are cations and there are anions and cations. The cations are the ones generally that are attracted to soil particles, and particularly the elements calcium, magnesium, potassium, and sodium. Those are the four major ones, the elements or minerals that are attracted to soil particles and are held in that exchange capacity. There are some others that are held in much smaller amounts, but those are the four major ones. And in soil that has good fertility and grows good food, the exchange capacity should be ideally made up of approximately 65 to 70% calcium. About 65 to 70%, depending somewhat on the soil structure, should be calcium in that total capacity of exchange. The exchange capacity is a little bit like a gas tank in a car. Some soils will have a larger exchange capacity, other soils will have a smaller exchange capacity. But the percentage of that exchange capacity that is holding calcium needs to be about 65 to 70%. Then the next element in the order is magnesium. There should be about 12 to 15% of that exchange capacity should be magnesium. If the soil is pretty sandy, then the magnesium part of the exchange capacity should be higher, in the higher part of the range. If the soil is very sticky and hard, like a lot of this clay soil that's the base of soil around in our area, the red clay, some places it will be gray clay, but some people refer to it as gumbo, the kind of clay that sticks to the bottom of your feet after it's rained and keeps building up a bigger and bigger clod on the bottom of your feet. That kind of clay usually has a very high percentage of the exchange capacity occupied by magnesium. Magnesium acts like a glue in the soil. Those small particles will actually adhere to each other because of the magnesium content that is in the surfaces of the colloids in the soil particles. If you add calcium to that soil that's very gluey like that and increase the calcium level in the exchange capacity, you actually have the effect of diminishing the proportion of magnesium to calcium. And you will release some of that glue bond in the soil particles and actually loosen up the soil. So by adding something that supplies sufficient amounts of calcium, you can actually loosen up the soil even if you don't go through and till it. As far as that calcium can soak down into the soil or be transferred into the soil by microbe activity, by freezing and thawing, or by any other means. Tilling, of course, down to a certain depth will help mix that lime or that calcium. Lime is one of the major sources used to supply calcium. It will mix that down in the soil, and you will find that the effect as that spreads through the soil and as it breaks down will be to loosen up the soil because it is dissolving those glue bonds. In sandy soil, you need more effective glue bonds in the soil to help keep water from just going through like a sieve. You want the soil to be able to hold more moisture and not to let it percolate on through the soil, so adding higher amounts of magnesium will help accomplish that in soil that's very loose and sandy. Here we don't have a problem with sandy soil, so we generally need to give attention to supplying calcium. As I mentioned, the lime that is readily available in most agricultural supply stores or places is a good source of supplying calcium. There are some other sources of calcium. Bone meal is a source of calcium. Some people may not want to use any animal products. We generally don't use bone meal, but bone meal can be used for supplying calcium if it's available and you don't mind using it. Lime is the thing most readily available and the cheapest. There are several different grades or varieties of lime, and you need to give attention to that in considering using lime to supply calcium. There is the most commonly available lime, which is agricultural lime. You can go to most any garden shop or agricultural supply store and you can find lime that is agricultural lime. You can either get it in bags, 50-pound bags, or you can get it in bulk quantities which can be hauled in a dump truck. If you have a field that you want lime spread on and you need enough lime to make it worthwhile, some suppliers even have trucks with spreaders on the back that will bring the lime out and spread it for you. That is agricultural lime. It oftentimes is anywhere from 8 to 11% magnesium, and then it has a pretty good percentage of calcium in it. There may be several different forms of calcium. All of them will be sources of calcium for your calcium needs. Then there's another kind of lime called dolomite lime. It is a much higher percentage of magnesium. It can be much higher than the 8 to 11% that you find in agricultural lime. The dolomite lime is especially useful in sandy soils. If we lived in Florida or some of the further areas of the south, we would probably want to use dolomite lime because we want to increase the magnesium content and help hold the soil together. Here in this area, we don't really want to use either of those two kinds of lime because we don't need the magnesium. Our soil already has high amounts of magnesium. As I will show on this soil report, we have a pretty high percentage of magnesium in this soil, occupying the exchange capacity. The exchange capacity is kind of like a pie. If you end up cutting a big piece of the pie on one side, that means that if you're going to be cutting 4 pieces out of the pie, some of the other pieces are going to have to be smaller. However you cut one piece in the pie, the other pieces have to be cut proportionally, or at least in relation to that, and they are going to be affected. If you make one piece real small, that means other pieces can be bigger. If you cut one piece real big, the other pieces have to be smaller. So in the exchange capacity of the soil, if we have magnesium occupying a large percentage, say 25 or 30%, that means that the other elements in the exchange capacity are going to have to be lower than what's really optimum for them. Oftentimes that means that the calcium is going to be lower than the 65 to 70% that's really optimum. When we look at this soil report that we have here, we find that in the exchange capacity, the calcium level is 60% and the magnesium level is 27%. That means that 60% of our exchange capacity has calcium bonded in it. And that means that 27% of our magnesium capacity of our exchange capacity has magnesium bonded in it. We really don't want that much magnesium. Our soil here is very gluey when it's wet. It bonds together well and sticks to the bottom of our shoes. We want to loosen that up. We want to get our calcium level up. Even if we didn't have this soil test report, knowing what we have just discussed about soil structure, when we dig down with a shovel and we see how sticky the clay is and how well it bonds together and it dries out hard like a brick, we would know automatically this soil is high in magnesium and low in calcium. And we could just put calcium on, or a source that would supply calcium, even if we didn't have the soil report to tell us. But the soil report confirms what we see in the soil here, and it shows us that our calcium level needs to be raised and that our magnesium level needs to be lowered so that we have a proportional amount in which the calcium is much higher. So that means that one of the things we want to put on here is something to supply calcium, and we're going to need to figure out how much of that we want to put on. The other elements that are listed here, phosphorus, the potassium, the manganese, the zinc, the copper, the sulfur, those are all described in index numbers. And when we look at the information that comes along with this soil report, we have a description that explains what is meant by this index system. The soil lab has an index system in which they figure that a certain amount of potassium is required for this kind of crop on this kind of soil with this kind of soil existing, and that the amount of potassium needed to make the optimum crop would be considered a soil index of 100. Now on this kind of soil, for this kind of crop, that may be 30 pounds per acre. It may be 100 pounds per acre. But whatever the total amount needed would be, they figure that's an index of 100, optimum levels. In fact, they may even figure that between 70 and 100 will provide a good crop. But if they have a number, say 50 on the index here for potassium, that means that it's below the level that will provide optimum amount, and they're going to recommend some potassium in order to bring it up to at least the 70 to 100 number on the index. Then the same is true for phosphorus, and the same is true for manganese and zinc. In this soil report, we have a phosphorus index of 7. That's very, very low. that means that we need phosphorus in order to produce a good crop here. According to this Soil Labs analysis, we're going to have to add considerable phosphorus and have it available for the plants to use. The potassium index is 62. That means it's over half of the index level, but it's still on the noticeably low side, and we need to add some potassium. The manganese index is 408. That means it's way over the amount that they consider necessary for growing a good crop, so we don't need to worry about adding any manganese. Zinc is 102. That would be a little over the maximum index numbering. Copper is 99, that's pretty close to the maximum amount. Sulfur is 32, that's on the low side. So according to this lab test report, in order to produce the optimum crop on here, we definitely need to add some lime to supply calcium. We definitely need to add some liberal amounts of phosphorus. We need to add some potassium. We don't need to add any manganese. We don't need to add any zinc, copper, and we do need to add some source of sulfur. So we'll take a look at the things that we are going to add and the things that are available to add to supply those elements. Okay, we've sent our soil test sample off to the lab. They've analyzed it and they've sent us back a report. The report tells us that we need 20 pounds of 5-10-5 or equivalent per 1,000 square feet. So this means that we need 1/5 of 100 pounds of this kind of fertilizer ratio. Now the three numbers represent nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium levels in the fertilizer ratio or proportion. 5-10-5 means it's 5% nitrogen, 10% phosphorus, 5% potassium. And it says we need 20 pounds of that kind of ratio per 1,000 square feet. Our bed is 100 square feet, so we're not going to need very much. We're going to have to compute this down to very small amounts for a 100 square foot bed. 1/10 of 1,000 square feet for our bed means 1/10 of 20 pounds is what we need of this proportion of fertilizer. So 1/10 of 20 pounds means 2 pounds of this rate of fertilizer. So we'll compute that up. All right, this calculates out to be, for this 100 square foot patch, to be 6/10 of a pound of our calcium nitrate. It comes out to 1 pound of our single superphosphate, and it comes out to 2/10 of a pound of potassium sulfate. So we're going to measure those amounts out and spread it evenly on our bed. The calcium nitrate is a very good product that comes from Norway. It supplies both calcium and nitrogen in soluble forms which the plants can readily use. Then we have the single superphosphate, which supplies phosphorus, and we have potassium sulfate, which supplies potassium. Now, one of the things we need to keep in mind, which is helpful to remember, is names are used interchangeably a lot of times in fertilizer designations. We may say potassium sulfate. When you buy the fertilizer, it may say sulfate of potash. Potash is actually a compound that supplies potassium. So if we're talking about supplying potassium, we may be using a potash fertilizer. Potassium, strictly speaking, is a single element, and in its pure form it may be a metal. Other of the minerals in their pure forms may be metals, but in order to use them in gardens or in other applications, even in dietary supplements, that element is used in a compound or a combination with other elements that makes it into a form that can be used. So potassium sulfate or sulfate of potash, the single superphosphate, that supplies phosphorus. This is the sulfate of potash supplies potassium, and calcium nitrate supplies calcium and nitrogen. Having an old truck like this to carry these fertilizers on is a good idea. A truck that you don't mind if it gets bumped by a tree, or if it slides off over the bank and has to be pulled up by the tractor. On this truck, the tailgate has rusted out, but we don't mind hauling these old things in it. We can just use a board to replace the tailgate against the back here. We can haul our sawdust. We can haul manure if somebody that's in our neighborhood gives us some manure from the barn. We can haul leaf compost. One of the things that we want to avoid with a fertilizer is putting it where it might cause corrosion on metal things, so an old truck bed is handy for that. The commercial fertilizers are actually salts. Salts are a combination of an acid and base element, and when water is combined with it, it has a corrosive quality, such as if you put something in salt water, it will oxidize and rust much more quickly. Same is true for most of these types of fertilizers. Now we're going to measure out the amount we need for nitrogen. We have here a little scale that will give us the number of ounces up to 2 pounds. And we want, for our nitrogen proportion, we want 6/10 of a pound. Six-tenths of a pound is a little over half a pound, and a half a pound is 8 ounces, so we'll try to get somewhere around 9 to 10 ounces. Okay, here's 9 ounces. That should be pretty close. Next, we want to get our phosphate fertilizer, and we need 1 pound of that. We have several of these old spoons that we've picked up from stuff people were throwing out, or you can even get things like this at old flea markets. You can get some good, useful things. You don't need to designate one of your eating spoons and waste it for something like this. Use old things that can't be used for anything else for these simple measurements. All right, here's 1 pound of our single superphosphate. Now the next thing we want is our potassium, which is in the sulfate of potash, or potassium sulfate. And we need 2/10 of a pound of that. That's a little less than 1/4, so that'd be about 3 ounces. That's about right. Now I'm going to mention something here that is not on this soil test. It doesn't mention any recommendation for boron or copper or sulfur, but from my experience so far, I have found out that our soils in this area are deficient in sulfur, they're deficient in copper, they're deficient in boron. If I am using some of the organic materials that are available, sometimes I can supply some of those elements. For instance, chicken manure will supply some boron. In this instance here, I don't have chicken manure right here with me, and I'm going to use things that would be most easy to obtain, especially if I have to go to a store in town to get these simple things so I can get started with my garden. One of the things that is very useful for supplying boron, which is needed in small amounts, but it's highly important, it is 20-mule team borax. It used to be used quite a bit many years ago, but is not used as much now, but you can still find it in some of the department stores. This we got at a local Ingles store, which is a large grocery store. It was in their laundry department. 20-mule team borax is used as a natural laundry booster. This is actually a mined product that comes from out in the desert, and it's just mined out of the ground, and it supplies boron. It's about 10 to 11% boron. In the soils around here, there's a need for about 2 pounds of boron per acre in order to sustain optimum growth of plants that you're wanting to grow, or fruit trees. In order to get 2 pounds per acre, we need to put on about 20 pounds of this 20-mule team borax. Now we're not covering an acre in this instance. We're just doing 100 square feet of this bed. So that means we need to compute down to figure that out. All right, that rate of boron needed for our bed with the 20-mule team borax calculates down to 1/7 of an ounce. So we're going to measure out a little under 1 ounce on our ounce scale here. As you can see, it's not much, probably about a teaspoonful. But boron is very essential in the soil, even though it's not measured for on many soil tests. Boron is essential for calcium absorption in the tissue of the plants, as in the human body. And so supplying necessary boron will help the rest of the things that we have in the soil to work at optimum levels. They could be there, but if there's not enough boron, they won't satisfy the requirements of the plants because they're unavailable for the plants in a soluble form. The boron needs to be scattered very thinly. Next, we're going to put some copper on. The copper comes in a form usually of copper sulfate. That is a compound that has both copper and sulfur in it. It comes from a mined product oftentimes known as bluestone. It's like an ore that is used to make copper, and it has both copper and sulfur in it. So we're going to put a little copper sulfate on. We'll use about 1 ounce of this. The copper sulfate comes in two forms. It can either come in a granulated form or it can come in a powdered form. The powdered form is easier to spread more thinly, so that's oftentimes the preferable form. Now the third thing we want to put in is a little sulfur, and we'll put about 2 ounces of that for this bed. It's good to be careful, especially with the powdered sulfur, because when you get it on your fingers, if you rub your nose or your eyes, it can burn in your eyes. In fact, this is true with all of these type of amendments. So you want to be careful not to rub your eyes and to wash your hands thoroughly with soap and warm water when you get done spreading these things. They're not actually toxic, but it'd be like table salt. You don't want to have table salt on your fingers and be rubbing it in your eyes, not because it's toxic so much as because it's a salt and it can cause burning sensations. Some of these things are good for the soil, they're good for absorbing into the plants, but it's not something you want to get in your eyes. And so rather than try to handle this with my hands, I'm going to sprinkle it a little with a spoon. If you're going to be spreading a lot of these kind of materials, especially the ones that are powders, it might even be a good idea to wear some type of a dust mask so you don't end up breathing a lot of the dust. One of the things that I might mention also is we use calcium nitrate, potassium sulfate, and single superphosphate. The nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash is available in different forms and different types of fertilizer formulations. You don't have to confine yourself solely to these particular ones. There are some other types of fertilizers, and I would refer you to a fertilizer list, which will be furnished on this DVD, of fertilizers that are conventionally available that are in harmony with biological gardening. The ones that we have used here are in harmony with biological gardening. They are not toxic. They are not pesticides. They are not things that are going to be poisonous to the microbes in the soil. The two that we used are the ones that are the safest to use out of conventional fertilizers. Another form of potassium that's available, but which I strongly recommend against using, is potassium chloride. It has a combination of potassium and chlorine. Chlorine, as you know from using Clorox bleach, is actually a bacteriocide. It's for killing microbes and bacteria. So if we put a fertilizer on that has a proportion that has that kind of microbial side in it, then we're damaging the microbe population in the soil. So we want to avoid that type of fertilizer. There is a type of phosphorus fertilizer available, triple superphosphate. The triple superphosphate is rock phosphate, which is a form of phosphorus mined from hard rock phosphate, but it's not soluble for plants until it's treated with something to break it down. So The triple superphosphate, which is 46% phosphorus, is treated with phosphoric acid, which makes it highly acid, and when you put it on the soil, it quickly combines with other base elements that might be in the soil, such as calcium, and can actually cause problems. In our soil test report, not only did we get recommendations, but we got the test results, which show the levels of the different elements that the lab felt were present in the soil. On these particular soil test results for this particular bed, we have the results indicating that the calcium level is a certain percentage of the total exchange capacity of that soil, or the ability of the soil to hold the elements that the plants need that are alkaline elements. The alkaline elements include calcium, magnesium, potassium, and sodium. The calcium level is a little lower than what we would like, and so we wanted to make sure to get calcium on this particular bed to increase the calcium level. Normally, we would use a product that would provide calcium called lime. Lime comes in several different forms. We have here high calcium lime, but since the calcium nitrate that we used also has calcium in it, we didn't use lime on this bed this time because the calcium nitrate supplies both calcium and nitrogen. However, if we had had to use another form of nitrogen, such as the ammonium nitrate, then we would have used some of the high calcium lime. Our next step then is to mix up the top layer of dirt, the top couple inches or so, 3 or 4 inches even is all right, with this mixture. Spread it out evenly. Now for a fall crop, we can grow several different things. We can grow lettuce, cabbage, broccoli, cauliflower. We can grow carrots, beets. Some of these crops can grow quite a ways on into the winter. In this bed, we're going to plant some lettuce. Generally, this type of a crop we would want to plant up to about 2 weeks before the frost is expected, the first frost in the fall. Some of the crops, such as cabbage or broccoli or cauliflower, should be started earlier than that. A month before the last frost would be good. So we're going to plant some of this lettuce, and I'm going to demonstrate several different ways it can be planted. If you're starting out very simple and you don't have many tools, it can be planted just by hand. This is going to be a little more thick when it comes up. You can thin it to plant it by hand. You can just sprinkle the seeds around, either taking a pinch in your fingers and sprinkling them around like this. The idea is not to cover the ground with seed, but to plant the seed a little thicker than you might want it to grow in a bed. Lettuce can be grown very well in a bed where the lettuce covers all of the ground. It doesn't have to be in rows or in large distances apart. They can just be scattered randomly, and then you can thin it out as it comes up and eat the smaller lettuce plants as they come up and get big enough to eat. Just thinning it out that way and leave the others to grow and produce more leaves. Then we'll cover the seed by just mixing it in with the soil with our rake or little garden fork. That will give just enough dirt to cover it and help to hold the moisture in around the seed. Another method is to make a row. This works with lettuce. If you're planting cabbage or broccoli, you definitely want to put it in more organized rows. But we can make a row very simply with the end of a hoe handle or a rake, just very lightly in the soil. And then we can sprinkle the seed in out of the package or out of our hand. And then we can use the handle or the end of the other end of the hoe and just pull a little dirt back over it. Then there's one more way that we could plant this seed. And if we had many beds that we were going to plant, or even a field crop to plant, this is a very useful method and can make it go very quickly. This is a little seeding machine that you can put the seeds in, and you can use plates for different types of seeds and just push it along and plant the seed in the garden. I'm going to put some lettuce seed in and show you how it works. It has different types of plates for different types of seeds. You can get plates for small seeds like the lettuce seed, like radish seed, like cabbage or carrots. You can also get plates for large seed like corn or beans. One of the nice features of this little seeding machine is there is also an arm on it that can be used to mark your next row and keep your rows nice and uniform. If we're going to be putting seed that's small seed and we want narrow rows, we can just adjust this over to a place where it's going to be a narrow setting. If we were going to do it 6 inches wide, we could put it down at a very narrow setting and it will make a little mark right there in the soil as we go along. And then when we do our next row, we can go down that and it'll make a mark in the next place, and we can just keep going on each row. Or if we want wide, such as if we're planting corn or beans, we can make a wide setting. Then when we go down the row, we'll have a mark out there at a wide place, and when we go back to do our next row, it will show the place where it should be. That would be especially useful on a field. But in this particular instance, planting lettuce, we won't need this, so we'll put it up out of the way. These little seeding machines are available from some stores, and there are several mail order places where they are also available. We'll give the information in our resource list. Now we want to get a plate that has the setting for lettuce. I've marked the settings. I took each of these plates and went along a hard surface and measured how far apart they planted the seeds and then put it on there so I'd know what they were doing. And we can put our lettuce seed in here. just start in close to the edge and makes a little furrow, puts the seed in, and covers it back over. When we get to the end, we'll lift it up, turn it around, and go back through for the next one. We still have a little seed left over. I don't mind planting it a little thicker since it's a lettuce bed, so I'll go back through and put some more rows in between. We can always thin it out if it's a little thicker than we want. It doesn't hurt to walk on the part where you've planted the seeds once they're planted. In fact, we have found that we actually have better success with the seeds sprouting if we will either walk down the row or use a hoe to tamp down. When we planted beans or corn, if we just walk along the row and pack it down right in the row after it's covered over, just like this, 1 foot in front of the other. It helps to hold the moisture there in the soil. It doesn't evaporate up through the top as quickly, and the corn or the beans or the seeds that are in there will actually sprout and come up quicker. One other method that we have used to help seeds sprout quickly, especially if it's dry weather, has been after we've planted the seeds, and this would be particularly in the spring with things like corn and beans and other vegetables you're growing in the garden, is to plant the seeds, but before covering them with soil, to sprinkle with a watering can or a garden hose with the water turned down very low. Just sprinkle water along on those seeds and then pull the dirt back over with a hoe. It would be hard to do it with this kind of a planter because this covers it over as well as plants the seed. But if you can put water down in there with the seeds and then pull the dirt back over, then walk on top and tamp it down, you can get seeds to sprout when the ground is very dry and the weather is very dry and other people have a hard time getting their garden to grow. It's amazing how well the seeds will sprout if you put a little water down in there with them. It's a good object lesson for when we're putting the seed of God's Word into people's lives. We really need to pray that the Holy Spirit's there to be water in with that seed to help it grow. If at all possible, when planting the fall garden, or at any time that you're planting seeds, that the weather is somewhat dry or you don't expect rain right away to be able to water the seed, it's a good idea to use water that you can supply to water the seeds. We have here a watering wand that can be used for watering. It breaks up the stream of water into many fine droplets, and it doesn't wash the soil readily, and it makes a very nice, even, gentle spray to water the seeds. We want to water just enough to soak the ground good, but not enough to cause the water to start running off. You also need to consider whether you might want to grow in several areas some of the kinds of food that would be good not to grow together. Suppose that you want to grow sweet corn, or you want to grow field corn, or some other kind of corn in addition to that sweet corn. You don't want to plant these kind of things close to each other because they can cross-pollinate, and if you're saving the seed, which we want to learn how to do, from these types of corn, and some other kinds of plants are like this also. The cross-pollination actually gives you a cross seed, a hybrid as it were, a naturally occurring hybrid. And the seeds that you grow from that cross will not be the same as what you originally started out with. In our plans for growing food in the country, we want to especially focus, and I strongly urge and recommend that we try to obtain open pollinated seed for planting in our gardens. Open pollinated seed is seed that will grow a crop, and you can save the seed from that crop and then plant that seed the next year and it will grow the same thing. You can save the seed that year and plant it the next year, it will grow the same thing. A hybrid is not that way. A hybrid is made from intentionally crossing different strains of a variety of plant, such as 2 different varieties or types of corn, and those are crossed. Some hybrids are very complex that are sold today. The hybrid seeds have been made by crossing 2 varieties to make one parent on one side and then another 2 varieties of another type on another side, and then those are crossed to make like a 3rd generation hybrid. And these types of hybrids will not produce the same kind of seed. Some of them won't even produce again when you try to grow the seed that you get from growing the first crop. So we want to focus especially on trying to get open pollinated seed to grow in our gardens that we can keep from year to year, and we can store the seed that we've gotten from our crop, and then we can use that the following year. And so if we're growing sweet corn, we have an open pollinated variety of sweet corn. We have an open pollinated variety of field corn. The sweet corn we're going to use for fresh eating, and the field corn is a corn especially designed to allow to fully mature and dry, and we keep that to use for grinding up for cornmeal, for grits, for flour, or for other uses that we would keep dried corn for. We don't want those to be crossing, so we need to have them in areas as far enough apart as possible, according to the amount of space we have on our land, so that cross-pollination would be avoided as much as possible, and we can keep the seed for each of those varieties pure and keep it for reproducing in future years. The other alternative, if we have a small place and we can't separate it by much distance, is to grow one variety one year and the other variety the next year, and just alternate back and forth like that. That way we can keep the seed as pure as possible. This same principle holds true for melons, such as watermelon, cantaloupe, cucumbers, and it includes squashes. They're all in the melon family, and they can cross-pollinate. If you plant your squash in one part of your garden and then very close by you plant watermelons or cantaloupes, you will get not only some strange-looking crosses in the melon production, but you will also get seeds that will not produce the same kind that you were growing. These are some of the things that should be kept in mind when we are looking for the areas where we're going to establish our garden. We want to keep in mind that not only do we want to have our garden spots selected properly, we want to have the soil well prepared. Perhaps we have already gone through the process of putting the things on to build the soil up initially. And we want to keep in mind that it's not just a matter of getting the soil well prepared and then planting our seeds and then waiting until it's ready to harvest, but there's a work to be done to maintain and to feed those plants and those crops through the growing season. There's work to be done to keep the weeds out. It may require individual hand weeding when they're small. It may require doing some hoe work. It's much easier to keep the weeds out if we do the work necessary when it's very small, and then just with a minimal amount of tillage keep the ground stirred up. It helps to give a little air and oxygen into the soil. And then through the season, as the plants are growing, they don't have the competition with the weeds, and if we are keeping moisture in the ground, if rain is lacking and we're watering some, we can keep optimum conditions for microbe activity. One of the things that's also very helpful is to be able to provide a mulch cover after we have gotten the plants developed far enough so that they're tall enough that mulch wouldn't cover them over or crowd them out. A mulch cover made from old hay or even from leaves or grass clippings several inches thick helps to retain moisture. It helps as it breaks down to supply nutrients. It helps to keep the plants from getting too hot around their roots. Oftentimes in very hot weather, the plants will grow much better if the roots are not so hot. This is not true for all plants, though. Some plants, such as sweet potatoes, love to have warm weather around their roots. But many plants will do much better. Regular white potatoes, beans, corn, and other types of things will do good with a mulch cover, especially in hot, dry weather. The mulch can be obtained by just harvesting the grass clippings that we cut or getting leaves out of the forest. It can be obtained even from going to our neighbors. If they mow their grass and we notice that they throw their grass clippings off over the bank, we can ask them, "Do you mind if I get your grass clippings when you get done mowing?" And you can develop a reputation in the community for getting the things that people would otherwise throw out that are valuable food for your garden. Actually, when we really consider the matter, everything that's growing can provide food value for our garden. It's good not to waste anything. The kitchen scraps we can save and compost. We can grind them up and put them in the garden if we don't have a way to compost them conveniently. We can use the grass clippings, and we can use sawdust or other types of things. We can take the weeds that we might try to kill by raking up and burning, by pulling out, or by some other method. We can actually clip the weeds and we can make manure, weed manure tea with them. Vegetable manure tea is one source of plant food that you can use for watering your plants with soluble nutrients. Here is a barrel that we have been collecting vegetation in to make vegetable manure tea. We have collected weeds that we didn't want in the garden as we've pulled them out. We've collected vegetation that will rot down quickly and easily, even things like grass clippings. And as it rains, the rain has rained into here. If necessary, we can add water. And you can see as we look here in the barrel, it looks like manure. It looks like a barrel of manure. The weeds have all rotted down. There's been enough moisture in here that the things have rotted down till it's just like manure. You can see how juicy it is. You need enough water to be able to keep the weeds all submersed in water. And you can tip the barrel if you have to and run some of that water out, or you can dip it out with a kettle. You can dip out some of the vegetable manure to get to it if you need to. You can add water and keep diluting the vegetable manure tea so that you can dip it out, but this kind of tea from these rotting weeds that have been decomposing here makes excellent nutrient drink to water the plants in your garden or even in your flower pots if you're growing flowers. This is one of the teas that is very useful in the garden. There are many ways to use the things that are growing. If we have brush that we are clearing out, don't pile it up and burn it up. See if there's a way to chip it up and use it, reuse it as part of the garden amendments. I want to talk about some of the things that you can get when you're out in the country from old farmers. Sometimes you'll see old farm machinery sitting alongside the road that looks like it's rusting down. There's weeds growing around it. It's not being used anymore. And some of these pieces of machinery actually are very useful in a self-sustaining country living type of situation. I want to demonstrate one of the old machines that I picked up. I put an advertisement in a little paper that is circulated in our area for buying and selling. It's called Iwana, and I put an advertisement in there. It said, "Wanted, old silage choppers." And I got quite a number of phone calls, and I went and checked some of them out. I ended up getting this machine. This is a silage chopper, which I bought for $100. I got another one that's the same model from another farmer, and it's one I can use for parts, or I can use it for another application, and I got it for $50. The silage chopper is a machine that's designed to pull behind a tractor and to cut corn stalks and chop them up along with the corn cobs, the shucks, and everything that's on the corn stalk, and to grind it up into short sections about a ½ inch long, and that is stored as silage to feed cattle through the winter. The silage chopper makes a very useful implement. If you have a tractor available to run it, you don't have to drive down a row of corn. You can just park it somewhere, and you can bring things that you want to chop up for making compost or shredding up to put back on the land. You can even grind small branches or tree limbs in this silage chopper. I wouldn't hesitate to run stuff through that's up to about 1 inch in diameter of small shrubbery or limbs. And I want to demonstrate in a little bit. I borrowed the tractor from a friend. I don't have a tractor that will pull or run the silage chopper adequately, but I have good relationships with my neighbors and friends, and I borrowed this tractor for the purpose of making this demonstration. We can also consider, when we're organizing our garden plans, if there's part of our land where we can grow a crop especially for mulch to feed the soil and to use in our garden. If we have an area that, say, is ½ an acre where we want to grow things, or maybe 1/4 of an acre, and we're talking about large scale now. If we have a much larger scale than just a few little beds of intensive gardening, we could divide half of that, or divide that garden area in half, and we can use half of that for growing the food crops we're going to grow, and then we can use half of that to grow a crop such as, say, alfalfa. Alfalfa makes an excellent mulch and vegetable or vegetative feed for the other garden area. And so we can harvest the elements from the air that help to make the crop grow. We can harvest the elements from the ground that help to make the mulch crop grow. And then we can cut that and we can use it for mulch in the other part of the garden. It makes a very complementary program. And these kind of things are good to consider. A tractor can be pretty useful for accomplishing a lot in a quick time. If you're going to grow some field crops or crops on larger scale, than you would grow with hand tools in a bed, then if you have the ability to have a tractor available, that can be a great asset. A four-wheel drive tractor especially is useful. You can get the maximum advantage of traction to utilize the power available. To pull this kind of a tool that I'm using here with a tractor this small that was not a four-wheel drive tractor would be very difficult. This tool is known as a tiller tool. Also, another implement that's useful with a tractor is a disc, and we will demonstrate the disc in a little bit. What we're doing here in this field is preparing it for planting a cover crop. Because this is in the fall, we don't want to just leave this ground lying bare through the winter and do nothing on it. We've been growing crops on it. We've put soil amendments on it, lime and rock phosphate in the past. We've put compost on it. We've grown crops on it. We want to do something that will help to protect it from eroding if we get rains in the winter or snow melting and running off. We also want to do something that, if possible, will help build it up so that in the spring we've actually increased some of its fertility. So to do that, to accomplish both of those things, we will plant something that can maintain a vegetative growth during the winter at some level and can be able to be plowed in the spring into the soil, mixed in with the soil and decompose and add food value to the soil. We call that a cover crop. And if it is a crop that actually is adding nutrient quantities to the soil, and if we're growing it for the purpose of adding nutrients to the soil, we can also think of it as what's called a green manure crop. So we're going to plant on this field some varieties of things that help to really build it up. You can grow together on a field like this a grain, and a legume. The legumes are very beneficial. Those are plants such as beans and peas. They're plants that have the ability to attract bacteria on the roots that actually attach themselves to the roots, and they will take nitrogen out of the air and make little nodules on the roots and fix that nitrogen there where it can disperse into the soil when the plant is plowed under and decomposes. And so by planting a legume, we're harvesting nitrogen out of the air and we're putting it into the soil. The grain that we plant, such as rye or barley or wheat or oats, can actually survive through the winter and will grow quickly in the spring, and we can plow it under along with the legume that's been growing, and that helps to supply sources of nutrients that have been harvested from the air and some of the minerals that have been mined from the soil. So we will take some of those seeds and scatter them here in this field, and then we will till them in. We have here our winter rye seed. This is the grain we're going to grow along with the legumes. This rye seed will grow the rye grain, just like you would use for grinding and making rye flour. This will grow through the winter, or at least it will stay alive through the winter. If it's not too cold, it'll even do some growing. And the reason that we grow this is because this sprouts and comes up very quickly. It helps to hold the soil, but it also helps to provide a little bit of shade if you have a dry spell after the seeds are sprouting. The rye, by growing so quick, will provide a little bit of shade and help to keep the ground a little more moist for the other more slow-growing seeds that you're trying to get established. Here we have the Austrian winter peas. This is a very hardy legume, one of the most hardy. It will grow in pretty chilly weather. Down below, if you're getting frost every night, you can still have the Austrian winter peas do a little bit of growing. We're going to plant some of these on the field. Then we have here the vetch. This particular variety of vetch is hairy vetch. Hairy vetch is considered one of the most nutritious of the legumes that you can grow as a cover crop or a green manure crop. And it does very well at building the soil. It adds nitrogen, as I described, with the bacteria that harvest nitrogen and attach it to nodules on the roots. We're going to scatter a little bit of this, and we would do this all over the whole field for our cover crop. We just scatter it around. We'll do our Austrian winter peas, scatter them over the same area. At places where you buy these kind of seeds, you can ask them, what is the rate to sow this seed per acre? And they may tell you so many pounds per acre, and you can, if you're planting several different kinds of seeds, you can make the quantity a little less than the recommended rate per acre. You can figure out how much of an acre, if on this field we had 1/5 of an acre, then we could divide the recommended rate for an acre by 1/5, and we could use a little bit less because we're planting several different kinds of seeds, and we can just keep scattering it around on the field till we get it all covered pretty evenly and have used up our seed. Here we're scattering our hairy vetch seed. Okay, now we're going to take our tiller tool on the back of the tractor, and I do want to mention, when I use the term tiller tool, some people might think I'm talking about a rototiller attachment for the back of the tractor, but this is not a rototiller attachment. This is actually a tiller in the sense that it tills the ground like a cultivator, a large cultivator. So this tiller tool, we're going to go back over and stir the ground again, get the seed mixed down into the ground so that this cover crop will be able to grow. Another very useful implement to use with the tractor is a disc. The discs are usually made to attach to the three-point hitch arrangement on a tractor. This disc is a horse-drawn disc, a disc that is designed to be pulled with horses. But we've adapted the tractor to pull the disc, and we can disc the field with this. This cuts up clods of grass and dirt and is very useful for helping to pulverize the chunks of dirt and clods of grass, and can be smoothed out then. This is a good tool to use in the spring when preparing the bed or the garden area for planting crops or large field crops. On fields such as this, or on larger fields, it's very difficult to get large amounts of compost or manure to build it up, and growing the crops such as rye and vetch and the Austrian winter peas enables us to actually have the effect of putting compost on the soil. We're putting a vegetable manure when we plow those under on the ground that helps to build up the ground. So if we had a 10-acre plot of ground that we were trying to grow corn or some other crop on, soybeans or something, and we were using a tractor to farm it, the best way to try to build that up, the primary source of putting organic nutrient fertilizer on it would be to grow a green manure crop, grow cover crop in the winter, and then periodically, wherever possible, grow an additional green manure crop and plow it in. These kind of crops can go a long ways in helping to build up soil that once was very poor. We're going to put rye and vetch and Austrian winter peas on this field, and we can disc them in, or we can use the tiller tool such as we used on the other field. In considering the program we want to use through the growing season to keep the plants growing well, there are many different things that we need to look for. We need to look for ways that we can feed the plants. We need to look for ways that we can keep them watered sufficiently. We need to keep in mind if there are insect or animal pests that we will have to deal with. There are several books that I especially would recommend because the limits with our presentation here don't allow us to go into all the details on this program, and perhaps, Lord willing, we will be able to make another presentation that will go into some of these details of the crop growth and harvesting. But these books are books that I would highly recommend to give you much more of the detail for recipes for garden feeding and maintaining after you have gotten your soil prepared and planted. One of these books that I would recommend first of all is one called Nourishment Homegrown by Alexander Bedeau. In this book we have a discussion of the reasons for growing our own food, and we have looked at some of those reasons. We also have discussed in this book the different elements that are in the soil and how to recognize deficiencies. There are sections of the book that describe how to select seed and how to plant the seed. It gives recipes for how to feed the plants as they're growing, different types of recipes for different types of plants. Some of it is very specific and detailed, and you will find it very helpful. I highly recommend this book to fill in many of the details we can't cover here. Another book that I highly recommend is one called Hands-on Agronomy by Neil Kinsey. This book discusses the different balances in the soil of different elements and tells in some detail the part of plant structure and plant function that are affected by the different elements and how they work together. It relates many case histories and experiences where people were working with difficult soil conditions or problems in growing crops and what kind of things help those specific types of problems. In some ways this book may seem a little detailed, it may be a little deeper than casual reading, but it's the kind of book that is not an entertainment book. It's a book that's very informative and helpful. It helps you understand what's going on in soil chemistry and operation and microbe activity and how it affects the plants that you're growing. These kind of books are very useful because you can constantly refer as textbooks or reference books. You can keep going back when you're working with a problem. You don't know what the deficiency is. You can research in these books and find out some of the things that will help you, and it also gives you information to know what you can use of resources you have available or ingredients that you can find at local garden stores and how to select ones that are the most helpful or healthful and ones that are not toxic and can mix them in proper quantities and proportions to feed your plants. Grapes are another good item to be able to grow in your country setting. Grapes are very nutritious food. They're actually very easy to propagate. And I'm going to demonstrate here how you would propagate the grapes, and I'll mention a little bit about pruning also. Pruning, as on most fruit trees, is best done during the dormant season. In our area here, that's especially in January and February. So, on the grape plants, we want to train them when we first plant them. If we get a small grape plant, we want to train it to grow up to the wires we have put in with posts to hold them up. There are several methods of doing it. We could do it with a wire along the top and a wire in the middle, such as we've done here, or we could put a bar on the top about 2 feet wide and put a wire on the outside of both of those bars. That's another method of doing it. And then we want to train a new growth of the grape plant as it's growing year by year. We want to use new growth each year. One of the principles of getting good production from grapes is that we need to understand the grapes only are born on the previous year's growth. As you look at this grape plant, you can see that the older growth has scaly bark that peels off easily, and the older it gets, the more noticeable that characteristic is. The new growth is very smooth. It has a dark brown color, and you can learn to identify the new growth pretty readily. This new growth is going to be the growth that next year will produce the grapes. We're in the fall season now in October. This is not the right time to prune, but we're just doing the demonstration here. And this would be pruned in January or February, but we would prune everything off except a piece of the grape or a cane of the grapevine, a branch that is new growth for each wire. So that means if we have 2 wires here on this grape plant, we want to have new growth going both directions. We'd want to get some of the new growth that we can get as close to the main trunk as possible for going both directions. On this grape plant, there are several sections of new growth, and we would prune all of them back until we just had 4. So we end up with 4 of these. Now I want to show how we can propagate this plant so that the sections we cut off could be used for propagating. I'm going to go ahead and cut off a piece of this. I might mention also that when we leave the 4 branches on this grape plant, we would want to prune them back so there's not more than about 8 or 10 buds on each branch. When we prune this in January or February during the dormant season, each branch that we leave, one of our 4 branches, we'd be cutting back so there's only 8 or 10 buds. Now we have some pieces that we would prune off. In fact, on some grape plants there'd be quite a few pieces. And then to propagate these, we want pieces about the size of a pencil. It doesn't matter if they're a little bigger or a little smaller. But we want sections that have 3 buds. We can see a bud here, there's a bud here, a bud here, so we'll cut this back here. And we'll cut a straight cut at the bottom part of the branch, or the cane they're sometimes called. Then we'll cut an angled cut up above the 3rd bud. So we have a flat cut down below the bottom bud and an angled cut above the 3rd bud. And we'll keep going along our branch, clean up the extra stuff on it, cut it off with a flat cut below the bottom bud, count up 3 buds, make an angled cut. Cut off below the bottom bud, count up 3 buds, and make an angled cut. That way The angled cut will always be an indication to us that that's the top end of this particular cutting when we go to put it in the ground. On one like this where there's an old piece, we can even leave part of the old piece at the bottom. A lot of times there's a bud coming out right by that, so we can count that as our bottom bud. There's a bud. There's a bud there, but they're so close, we'll just count this as one bud, two buds, but that would still be pretty short. We need pieces at least 6 to 8 inches long, so we'll go ahead and cut up above here. That gives us a few extra buds, but that's all right. We just need to make sure we have a minimum of 3 buds. 1, 2, 3. And even if the pieces are 12 inches long, that's all right, but that's getting a little long. Sometimes on a vigorously growing cane or branch, they can be pretty long spaces between the buds. But this is ideal right here. This is about 8, 10 inches. Here's 1 bud, 2 buds, 3 buds. Now we'll collect all of our cuttings. Remember, we're cutting these during the dormant season, so we're not going to be planting them right away. We want to store them until time to plant them when the sap is rising. I'm going to put all the angled cuts on one end, so that helps me to know that's the top end for all these cuttings. And here again, as you can do with the apple trees, you can check around in your community or area and ask the people where there are any old homesteads that have grapevines growing that have good grapes. And sometimes you can find some very excellent grapes that are well adapted to that climate, and you can ask permission to cut off a few branches, make sure to get the previous year's growth during that dormant season when you go to check on those, and just collect a little handful of cuttings and you can start propagating more of that particular grape variety. Now we'll take this little bundle and we'll put some string around it to bind it together. And keep it all together so that we know these are the same variety. Then it's a good idea to label this either by putting a metal tag with it or putting something. Oftentimes what I've done is use a different color of string or even electrical tape. I can use green or red or white or black electrical tape, and I'll wrap a piece of a certain color around, and then I'll make a notation that that particular color is a particular variety. Because grapes come sometimes in different colors, there are very dark grapes. I'll use black tape for a dark variety. If I have one dark variety I'm propagating, I'll use red tape for a red variety. I'll use green tape for a light green variety, or white tape for a light variety. Some method that you can make a notation of and keep track. This is what this variety is if you're doing more than one variety. If you're only doing one variety and only doing a few cuttings, then it's not as hard to keep track of. Now we're going to go store these in a special way until time to set them out to start growing. Now we're going to take these cuttings that we've prepared and we want to bury them in this sawdust pile. As you can see, a sawdust pile is very useful for many things. We want to bury them down in the ground or down in the sawdust. pretty deep, so they'll be sure to stay moist through the rest of the winter. Need a big enough hole so they can be adequately covered. And it doesn't hurt if you even put them upside down. In this situation, I'm going to bury them just laying down because I can't go deep enough to stick them straight up and down upside down. That will help slow down their effort to try to sprout and grow if they had a tendency to do that. We'll cover them all back over now. And now through the rest of the winter, they'll be just fine until spring when we're ready to plant them. Now in the spring, when grass starts turning a little greener and you see the buds opening up on the trees and you can tell the sap is rising, it's a good time to go back out and dig up the cuttings. You want to have them marked so you know where they are, and you can dig a little ways away from them and dig under and toward them and not damage them when you go to dig them up. So we're going to try to find our cuttings. They're down in here somewhere. There they are. Now they've been staying in here perhaps for a month or 2 or 6 weeks. Now we're going to take them over to the bed where we want to start them growing, or they can be put in a place where you permanently want to start some grape plants. We'll talk about that. We want to select either a bed where we can put the cuttings to grow for a year and then be relocated to their permanent location. And this is especially helpful if you're just moving to the country, you're wanting to get started as quickly as possible. You found where there are some good grapes when you visited in the community. You got them during the winter, you stored them, and then in the spring, your first spring on your place, or maybe the second spring, you want to get started with the grapes, but you don't have the place all prepared where they're going to be growing permanently. Maybe it needs to be cleared, the trees are there, there's rocks to get out. But you can go ahead and start the grape cuttings in a little bed and grow them for the first year while you're getting your place all ready to put them permanently. Again, as in other places where you're going to be growing garden or fruit trees, wherever you grow your grapes, you need to have good exposure to sun, and it's ideal to have your rows running east and west. In most of the garden production that you do, and in row crops such as grapes or other things, growing them east and west will give you better results. The reason is, first of all, because the sun travels east and west, and it can follow the line of the rows shining on both sides more of the time than if you have the rows running north and south where the sun will just be hitting one side, or if there are rows in front, it shades them. But another reason is that we're all familiar with the magnetic attraction of the North Pole. It has an influence through the surface of the Earth all the way down to the equator, and then the South Pole has an influence from the south. And that magnetic influence affects the growth of roots. More roots will grow in a north and south direction than in an east and west direction. So if you're growing your rows east and west, you have more room between the rows without as much crowding of the roots for the roots to be following the magnetic attraction that encourages their growth. Oftentimes we may find if we dig up a tree or a grape plant or some other plant that the largest roots or the longest roots will be growing toward the north, following that line of magnetic attraction. They will grow in different directions, but oftentimes we'll find the largest root growing that way. Now when we get ready to plant our cuttings, we're going to have to unfasten the binding around our bundle so we can carefully take the cuttings out. If we're doing more than one variety of cuttings, again, we want to be sure to plant them in such a way that we can keep them labeled according to their variety. And in our bed, we have things prepared if we needed to dig it up or till it or prepare it so that it's just like a regular garden bed, ready for planting produce. Weeds and rocks and things have been removed as much as possible, and the soil is prepared to work with. Then we will take our cutting. We want to make sure the top is up. That's the part with the angle that we cut to identify the top. We want to dig a hole deep enough to put all of the buds, the 2 buds on this one, since it has 3 buds, we want all of the buds except one to be below the ground. And we'll just pull the dirt back in around it. We have 1 bud above the ground. Now we don't have to water it. During the spring, usually there's a lot of rain in our climate here. But if it's a dry climate, then it would be more important to water it. It just needs to be sure to be moist. And what will happen is the 2 buds below the ground will start growing roots. It'll grow 2 levels of roots. And the bud on the top will start growing a shoot. Some little leaves will come out and it'll start growing a shoot. Not every cutting will grow, but most of them will grow if we have taken care to keep them moist, to bury them properly, and to dig them up and take care of them at the time they need to be planted. Then the next cutting, we'd want to put at least a foot away, preferably maybe 16 or 18 inches. We'll dig down deep enough to get that one buried with two buds below the ground and 1 bud above the ground. You can see we have 1 bud above the ground there. Then we can just make a little row along through our bed, putting the cuttings in that way. And all that we have to do now is just keep it weeded just like it's a garden crop. Let it grow. Water it. It won't hurt if we put a little bit of nourishment around, plant amendments that will help them grow, help the roots to grow. Grapes are one of the easiest things to propagate that there is. Now in this bed, we already have planted some cuttings back this past fall, or winter I should say. We planted a variety that we found growing here in our county. An old farmer had a grapevine growing up the side of his barn, and he said these were grapes that would keep for a long time when they were harvested, and they were very good tasting. This was a variety called Reliance. And he talked so highly about it, we thought, well, we'd like to try that. And we asked him, do you mind if we get a few cuttings when winter comes? And so we went back during the winter season, and he helped us to cut some of the branches off that grapevine that would be good for cuttings. We brought them. We started growing these cuttings. We planted them about 2 feet apart each way. And you can see the tops that are growing on these little cuttings. This was just 1 bud that came out, and the top has started growing. As you can see in the bed, some of the tops are longer than others. Here's one that's growing up some distance, all from the 1 bud. And if we were to dig that up, the 2 buds that were buried below the ground would have roots growing out of them. Now, this coming winter, here in a month or 2, we will be able to dig these up, take them and put them in our permanent location, because that is where we're going to want to grow them permanently. We don't want to leave them here longer than 1 year if possible. The roots would grow too much into each other, and they would be damaged more by digging them up after the first year and trying to replant them then. So the ideal thing is to plant them after they've grown in the bed 1 year. We want to talk a little bit about planting berries in our country setting. We're going to be wanting to plant a garden, to plant some berries. We'll want to consider fruit trees as well, because we want a variety of food that can sustain us. Strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, blackberries, these are some of the types of berries that can be set out and start bearing within a very brief time, comparatively, a year or two. First of all, we'll consider blueberries. Blueberries, unlike some of the other berries and many garden things, do better in a soil that's more acid. The ideal pH range for soil is about 6.5 for most garden produce. Blueberries love lots of iron, and iron becomes more available at lower pHs below 6.5. Sawdust and some other types of organic matter are useful in helping to lower pH. And we're going to get a little sawdust here and go to the blueberry patch and talk a little bit more about that. When you're looking for things to put on your garden, and especially if you want to add more organic matter, finding a local sawmill or finding a place where there's a leaf dump or any place where things that will provide organic matter can be collected, these are ideal places to go and get what might be available. We're going to go here and get a little sawdust for the blueberries. This sawdust is oak mostly. Hardwood sawdust is ideal. Pine sawdust sometimes has more resin, turpentines, a little higher chlorine content. It can be used, but if you can get hardwood sawdust, that's preferable. And if you can get well-rotted sawdust, that's ideal. This is mostly fresh, so that's what we'll have to use. And when we use fresh sawdust, we want to be sure to add something that will help supply nitrogen, which is required for the sawdust to break down. Many times people have heard or have the idea that sawdust will make the soil much more acid and it's harder for things to grow, especially fresh sawdust. The real problem is not so much acidity as it is sawdust takes a lot of nitrogen to decompose, but once it's decomposed, that nitrogen becomes available for the plants. So if we add some extra nitrogen when we're putting the sawdust on, we can compensate for that and it doesn't bother the plants at all. Now we're here at the blueberry patch. I'll tell you just a little bit about how we planted these berries. First of all, we dug a trench all the way along, going up the hill here. We actually put in 2 rows of blueberries. We dug a trench about 1 foot deep, and then we brought sawdust and we mixed liberal amounts of sawdust with the dirt, and we put some soil amendments to help supply iron, nitrogen, and some of the other things that are very helpful for growing blueberries. We're going to add a few more amendments now. These blueberries have been growing here for at least a year. We planted them a little over a year ago. And we are going to add a few amendments and then put some sawdust mulch around them. And we will add some calcium nitrate. This is a product that supplies both calcium and nitrogen. We'll put about 1/2 cup of this calcium nitrate around a couple plants. That would be about 1/4 of a cup for each plant. We want to sprinkle it out where the roots would be, which will be about as far as the height of the plant. The feeder roots that are very fine roots that take up a lot of the nourishment, they're out about as far as the plant is high, so we'll spread this around about that far out. I'll divide it up evenly. Then we'll also put a little iron on. Blueberries love iron more than many other plants. And I'll put about 1 tablespoon of these iron granules. You can buy these at most garden shops. This supplies iron, and these are about 20% iron. We'll put 1 spoonful around each plant. I put 1 in the cup here, and I'll use it for 1 plant and just use my spoon for the other plant. We're going to also put a little sulfur. You can buy dusting sulfur or elemental sulfur, it's oftentimes called. It supplies about 90% of the ingredients as sulfur. Sulfur breaks down into different sulfate forms that help to supply elements the plants need. We'll put a spoonful of this around each one too. We'll just mix it in with the dirt a little bit. Now we put on some nitrogen, enough to help compensate for the nitrogen the sawdust uses as it's breaking down. We're going to take a look at the strawberry patch here. One of the things that you'll want to be sure to consider in setting out berries is strawberries. Strawberries are very nutritious and are not too hard to grow. They do take some time and work. In the strawberry patch here we have some ever-bearing strawberries. These bear along through the year. There are strawberries that are blooming, there are strawberries that are light green and developing, there are strawberries that are getting ripe. And we are in the beginning of October. When we get a frost, the blooming will stop and the strawberries won't be bearing anymore. There are also strawberries that bear in the spring. They have a large crop. Oftentimes they're referred to as June-bearing strawberries. And those strawberries just bear in the spring. So you can plant some of both kinds and get a large crop that you can either can or freeze. You can also dry strawberries, and you can get strawberries through the year for fresh eating with some ever-bearing. These strawberries we planted after preparing the ground by plowing it, tilling it, putting compost and soil amendments. And then we marked our rows, measured them, tried to make them straight, and we planted the strawberry plants about 18 to 24 inches apart, watered them well, and we used a transplanting solution, which I will describe in another place. And as the strawberries were growing, they started producing what are called runners. Let's take a closer look at the strawberries here. You will see down in here on this strawberry we have blooms, we have berries that are green, and we have berries that are ripening. And also we have runners that are coming out. This one here has already come running out here to another place, and it started a new plant. You can see the new plant here, and then the runner kept on going, and there's another plant. Sometimes the runners will run along and they'll send down roots and start new plants in 3 or 4 places. And so through the year, those runners will be growing out and making a very wide row. And if you want to maximize your strawberry production, then you want to pinch off most of those runners. One method of producing the maximum amount of strawberries is to pinch off all the runners and force the plant to put its energy into strawberry production. However, the strawberries one plant will only produce strawberries during 1 year. Its largest production will be largely in 1 year. So you want new plants to be starting for next year's production, and there are several methods of doing that. One method is to pinch off the runners initially and let the strawberries bear a large crop of strawberries, and then allow runners to grow later in the summer and to start new plants that can be forming the strawberry crop for next year. Another method is to let the runners grow and produce a smaller strawberry crop, but let the runners fill in the row and make more plants to produce more strawberries. The strawberries won't be as large, but you will end up with more strawberries with that method. So you can decide which you want: larger strawberries, smaller pounds per the row, or smaller strawberries and more pounds per row. And you can use different variations of these methods with the strawberries. But the primary thing to remember is that strawberries will have to compete with weeds as any other garden crops will if you do not keep the weeds out. So here in this patch you'll see we have mulched both with leaves and with pine needles. Pine needles make an excellent mulch to help keep the weeds down, and they hold the moisture. When you plant the strawberries, as soon after that as you can, it's a good time to get some pine needles. You can rake them out of a pine forest, or you can buy bales of pine needles such as we have right here. You can buy these bales of pine needles at Lowe's or Home Depot or some other large stores that sell building and garden supplies, or you can often get them at a garden supply store. Mulching with a couple inches or so of those or leaves will help a lot in keeping the weeds down, and the strawberries thrive with that kind of environment. Watering them if the weather is dry is also important. It will help the strawberries to be able to produce larger berries and keep the plants growing well. We're going to take some soil samples here around this apple tree. This is a young apple tree. It's been in for a couple years. And we would do the same thing around a bigger tree. This is the method you would follow for any fruit tree. If the area is pretty much uniform, you can just take soil samples along through the whole area. Get 15 or 20 of them, or 25 if it's a pretty large area, and mix them in the bucket. But in this particular instance, we are going to take one sample for this tree. If you only have a few trees and they're in different types of soil conditions, then the ideal thing is to take an individual sample for each tree and do specialized treatment just for that tree. We're going to do that here. We have one factor that we have to deal with, in that through the past we have been collecting material whenever we can get it to help add to the organic content of the soil. So here we have a pile of chips that we dumped out, and we just piled them up here, And as we have time, we spread them around the trees and they rot down into the soil and help add organic matter. But we haven't spread this pile of chips and we can't get a soil sample underneath where the chips are. So we'll work around the chips and we'll try to do especially the area that is accessible and get a fairly representative soil sample. So again, we'll use our little soil core tool and we'll get the core samples and put them in the bucket. We have to move where there's grass and stuff because we don't want to get a lot of this grass material and roots in the core sample. We want mostly the dirt as much as possible. This ground here is a very heavy red clay, as you can see from this sample. We want to get some samples that are not too far from the tree, and then we want to get some samples all the way out to the drip line of the tree. The drip line is the area where the branches extend to. At the ends of the branches, that's where it's generally called the drip line, and that's where a lot of the feeder roots are under the tree. When we put soil amendments on to supply different minerals and elements that the tree is going to be needing, we will put most of those around the drip line of the tree. This little tree needs some training to get the proper branch structure developed. We will be doing that at a later time, but right now, in order to figure out where the drip line is, we can take pretty much the height of the tree, or I can take some of these branches that are still pretty limber and I can bend this down and you can see the extent of the branches out about this far. So I want to get soil samples at least out to this distance where a lot of the feeder roots will be growing for the tree. If we were preparing this area for planting some fruit trees, we didn't have some already established, then we would treat this like a field area, or if we were only planning to plant one tree, then we'd do the area where we were going to grow the one tree. We'd want to take soil samples from all of the area where the trees would be growing, or one tree if it's just one tree, and we want to get an adequate representation of that, all of that soil area. So we could do back and forth across the whole area if there's no tree here. But once a tree is growing, then we want to focus on the area where the tree can get most of its nutrition, which is not directly under the trunk or right close to the trunk, but it's out where the feeder roots are. So that's the part we'll especially focus on with an existing tree. Now I'm going to try to pulverize this a little bit. It's much harder because these are heavy clay core samples for the most part. In fact, this kind of clay would work good for making bricks. See, this would be apple establish. E stands for establishing. That's when you first put it in the first year. And the next one is for maintenance. M is for maintenance. So once it's in, this would be the code, and that's the way on all of these. E for first establishing, M for maintenance. So this one will be 131. Apple. This is a little apple tree propagation project. Everybody that's moving to the country needs to consider having some fruit trees in their place, and wherever the season allows, it requires a little cold time during the winter for most apple trees to be able to grow. So if the season allows, apple trees can be grown. And we have information that apples are among the best fruits to supply some of the necessities of the diet. Apples could be considered like the king of fruit. So if you can grow some apple trees, you can get along even if you can't grow any other kinds of fruit trees. Apple trees here in the southeastern United States used to be considered a major staple for every country farm or country home. Many people had a few apple trees around in their yard, and there were over 2,000, probably as many as 3,000 varieties of apples in the southeastern United States. Most of these apple tree varieties either have become extinct or are becoming extinct, and in our setting here, we became interested in trying to find some of the old trees that were around here in the mountains that had become acclimated to this particular climate. We find that the trees that have been growing, fruit trees that have been growing in a particular area for a long time, oftentimes are the ones most well adapted to that area. So when you go to a place, if you're trying to get established in the country, check around with the neighbors and the people in the community, especially the old farmer type people. Ask them, where are the apple trees that people used to grow that had really good apples? And oftentimes they can tell you, well, on such and such a farm, there were some of the best apples on an old apple tree they had out in the back of their pasture. Many of those apple trees may have started from seed from cattle that were eating the apples and dropping the seeds around in different places, but they happened to be an apple tree that produced excellent apples. Another thing we found as we started looking into it was that many of the apple trees that were growing in a lot of these old country places and out in the mountains were apple trees that grew apples for a specific use. Some of the apple trees grew apples that didn't taste very good in the fall of the year when it was time to harvest them, but when the people would pick them and they'd store them along about February or March, or sometimes even as late as the beginning of April, they would be able to have apples that had an excellent flavor and had kept very well. But those kind of apples wouldn't be very ideal for marketing because they wouldn't taste good when the people got them. They wouldn't know that they needed to store them for a couple months before they would taste good. So these were home use apples. They weren't market apples. And then there were other kinds of apples that were excellent for eating, but they wouldn't store very long. They wouldn't store more than 3 or 4 weeks, or maybe even 2 weeks. When they got ripe, they needed to be picked right away because they would become mealy and start drying up. So these kind of apples were apples that were excellent for home use, because you'd just go out your door and you'd pick them and you'd have really good tasting apples that would be bursting with nutrition, but they weren't good market apples. So we started thinking we really need to consider having apples that are acclimated to this area, that will grow good here, that have a long established reputation, or at least have shown that they can do well. And we started finding old trees, asking some of the old farmers. And we found old trees. Nobody knew what variety they were, and so we just gave them a name depending on where we found them. Presently, we have here in these little beds probably over 200 apple tree plants that we have grafted and started growing. And I'm going to show you a few things here in regard to what we have done in these beds. We put boards along the side and just filled up the beds with sawdust, because sawdust helps hold the moisture and it provides a nice loose medium for the roots to grow in. There seems to be something about sawdust that really encourages root growth. If you can keep enough of the nutrients supplied for the plants to be able to grow, root growth seems to really do well in the sawdust, especially woody stock. It makes a good rooting medium. So we've added a few amendments to help the plants grow, but particularly what we did, we put enough of a layer of sawdust that when we put these cuttings that we were trying to root into the soil or into the sawdust, we put the bottom of the cutting down next to the dirt, below in the very bottom of the box. So that way it had access to the dirt below, where there are more minerals and nutrients than what the sawdust has, and it still allows for rooting to take place in the sawdust. Then we've tried to keep them watered well too. It's important to keep them watered. This is an excellent way to be able to propagate old varieties of apples. You may find a neighbor who has an apple tree out in their pasture, out in the cow pasture, and the cows keep the apples eaten up when they drop on the ground, but the neighbor may tell you, or people in the community may say, that's one of the best apple trees. You can get some cuttings off of that apple tree and you can start your own cuttings and reproduce that very variety of apple, even if you don't know what variety it is. You can keep reproducing that particular variety of apple. Sometimes people ask, well, can't I just take the apple and plant the seeds and get the same variety? No, in apples, in peaches, and in many of the fruits like that, if you plant the seeds have such a vast genetic background that they will produce something different. It is extremely unlikely to be able to produce the same variety of apple or peach or plum or cherry from the seed as the fruit that the seed came from. So when you plant the seeds from an apple tree, if you got 12 or 13 seeds out of an apple and you planted them all in your garden, if they all came up and grew, you would have 12 or 13 different varieties of apples, and they would all be different from the original apple. The only way that you can be sure to be reproducing the same variety as the apple you're eating is to go back to the tree the apple came from, to get cuttings from that tree and to start them. The easiest way to start them that we have found is to graft them. There are several ways of grafting, and in a little bit I will show how you can graft. It's actually much easier than many people think. It almost seems like it's mystical to be able to graft and have it actually grow. But you can do it, and I'm going to show you how easy it is. First of all, though, I want to show you some things about the cuttings that we have put in here while we're here. One of the things you want to be sure to do is to label the grafted cutting when you are preparing it to root, to put some kind of a label on it so you can identify it and know, especially if you do several or many rootstocks and grafted pieces. You want to be able to label things so you can keep track of what variety it is or where you got it. It's good to have a notebook and to make notes when you go and get a collection of cuttings. Then it's good to label those and to make a note, have a notebook and keep track of those varieties that you got and have them labeled and where they came from. That way, if you really like it and if you want to go back and get more, you know where you got it and you can go back and get more. We have found little labels that can be made to put on these cuttings, and you can buy them oftentimes at garden shops, or you can order them from garden supply places. They're little aluminum tags, and you can just take an old pen and write on it, and it actually engraves into the aluminum because it's very soft. It won't wash off or it won't deteriorate with weather. It will stay there for a long time. And you can keep that tag on the tree and as it grows, you may want to either put the tag on a little stake beside it or something else, because you don't want to keep a wire, which this tag is fastened on with a little wire. You don't want to keep the wire so tight on here that the tree will end up being restricted in its growth. One thing that's important to keep in mind with the grafting is that you have to have something as a rootstock to graft onto. You can't just take a cutting from a tree and stick it in the ground and have it start growing roots. So you either need to start some rootstock from seed. It doesn't matter that it's going to be another variety. You can graft onto any kind of variety from another variety in apples. So you can actually plant seeds, and even though you don't know what variety it's going to be, you can start those seeds and just graft onto them and use them as rootstocks after they start growing. Another way is to buy rootstocks that have been nursery grown. These are rootstocks that have been developed from selected tree stock that is especially prone to grow certain characteristics of roots. It has roots that are strong and reliable, or it may be a particular rootstock with roots that are restrictive in the ability of the tree to grow large. That's the way that dwarf trees or miniature trees are oftentimes developed. So you need to select a rootstock for your grafting. If you're going to use seeds and start a rootstock, that will grow a full-size tree, which can be 30 or 40 feet high if you don't keep it pruned down. If you use a selected kind of rootstock, you can find out from nurseries where rootstocks are available which rootstocks will grow the size tree that you are interested in growing. You can grow a mid-sized tree, which may grow up to 15 feet tall, 12 to 15, or you can grow a more dwarf-type tree under 10 feet. We have used rootstock here that is called M111 for many of our trees. It allows a mid-sized tree to grow. You can graft any variety onto it, and the tree will stay under about 15 feet, sometimes maybe a little more, 15 to 18 feet. It's nice to be able to prune it down a little bit, but it helps keep the tree from growing so big as would be a standard size. There are some advantages and disadvantages to each of the methods of using rootstock, but the overall advantages work pretty well with a mid-sized tree if you have the room. If your country place is very small, you may have to consider using dwarf trees, and if you have the room, then it's better to use a mid-size or even a full-size tree. We will look at some of the rootstock that we have because we're also growing rootstock in one of our beds. We want to keep the rootstock available to use for grafting onto. So let's take a look at the rootstock here. In this bed we have rootstocks that were left over from grafting. When we got the rootstocks, they were about 12 to 16 inches long, and they had roots on the bottom of them, and they're designed to be able to cut off the part we're not going to use and then graft right onto it. We had some left over, so we just put them in the bed, and even the tops of that rootstock are able to be rooted by putting them in soil medium and keeping it very moist. Unlike a regular fruit tree branch, which won't root very easily, the rootstock tops and branches will root much more quickly, so even the parts we cut off when we were doing the grafting, we stuck them back in the ground, kept them moist, and many of them would root. Not all of them, but many of them. So we can continue propagating the rootstock and keep more rootstock for our grafting of apple trees as well. These rootstocks are ones that we have been growing this year from grafting work last year, and we're going to select a couple of these and take them over and do some grafting so you can see how the grafting would be done. It's very simple. You can see all the new roots that are growing up in the sawdust. The bottom of the rootstock was down at the dirt level, but it has grown lots of roots up in the sawdust. So these are good, healthy rootstocks ready to graft. Normally we wouldn't be doing our grafting in October, but this is when we will demonstrate it. And you would want to do your grafting probably in our area in March. We'll talk about that a little more. Here in our area of western North Carolina, fall is a good time to go around and check where are the trees that have good apples growing on them. We want to select trees that are going to produce good tasting apples, first of all. Sometimes the apples may not be real big, they may not look real nice, but if they're good tasting apples, you can develop the other qualities to the optimum point available. But generally, on apple trees that are just growing out in people's pastures or at the edge of the woods or somewhere, the old apple trees that sometimes are breaking down but still have sprouts growing on them and producing a few apples, if they have good tasting apples, that's usually a sign of good nutrient content. Especially if they're trees that nobody's been taking care of and they still have good tasting apples. Those are the kind of trees with a lot of potential, or the kind of apple varieties with a lot of potential. So you want to go around and you want to check where are some trees that have some apples on, ask the neighbors and find out. Here's a tree that has a few apples left on it still. And as we look at it, we can find some of the apples, we can pick one of them. If it's on somebody else's land, we want to get permission to do this. But we'll pick one of them, and this apple looks pretty good. We can cut it open, we can check its flavor, we can even use a little instrument called a refractometer to check the Brix level. That's B-R-I-X. And that is an indication of nutrient content because it tests the levels of fruit sugars, which are indicative of the minerals that are in the fruit. So we can check these kind of things. It looks like an apple with potential, and if this turns out to be the kind of tree that we would like to propagate, then here's what we want to do. We want to look for sprouts that are growing. We don't want to use the ends of branches. We want to find, usually in toward the center of the tree, sprouts that are growing that are pretty straight and about the size of a pencil or a little bigger. Now this tree obviously still has the leaves on it. We're here at the beginning of October. We haven't had any major cold weather and no freezes yet. So the leaves are still on it. The ideal time to come back to the tree and get the grafting material is during the dormant time, after all the leaves are off and the tree is bare. But for the purposes of this demonstration, we'll get a few sprouts in here from the middle of the tree to do our grafting. We want to get new growth, preferably that's just grown last year, so it's not going to be very big. Growth like this is ideal. This is a sprout that has nice straight development and is about the size of a pencil. So we'll clip off this sprout here, and we'll find several other sprouts that are similar. Sometimes you might have to climb in an old tree way up in the top. There may not be many sprouts. You may have to struggle around in the tree to find enough to even get much grafting material, but if you know that it makes good apples, it's well worth it. In fact, after you get to experimenting with grafting, you may enjoy it so much, as I have found, that even if I'm uncertain about a tree, I don't mind getting a few sprigs of it and grafting them on, and I can just set it out somewhere. Even if I don't take much care of it, it'll grow eventually and maybe produce some apples, and I can see what they're like if time lasts. It's just interesting as an experiment. But when you're first starting out, you want your time to count, so you probably want to get just the varieties you know or have pretty good confidence are going to suit your purposes. and you can graft some of them. We have about 3 sprouts here. I'll get another 1 or 2. We're going to prepare the cuttings now that we collected from the tree because they need to be stored properly in a cool environment until the time to graft them. We won't be grafting them right away. We want to graft them just around the time that sap starts rising in the spring. So we're going to take these cuttings that we have gotten, and we'll cut some sections about 6 or 8 inches long out of these cuttings, and we'll cut out the most straight parts of the section that would be easy to graft with. You can tell which is the bottom and the top of the cutting by looking carefully at the buds. You can see the little buds sticking out, and it will be pointing up. So we want to be sure to keep the buds pointing up when we do our grafting and not graft it upside down onto the rootstock. So we'll cut some pieces about 6 or 8 inches long out of this. And remember, we're getting pieces that are about the size of a pencil. They can be a little smaller, they can be a little larger, but that's about the size that's ideal. This will give us a good supply of grafting stock. What we have right here now, just in this little bundle, would be enough to start 20 trees or more. Then we'll wrap our cuttings up. Just for good measure, we'll write on a piece of this masking tape with our label also. Blueberry apple. It's important to keep your trees identified, because if you lose the identification, you won't know what it is until it starts bearing, and even then you may not be sure, and that can be a few years. But if you know the variety, then you have a good idea of what you're going to be getting and what you're doing. Now, as you go around and you look for apples that you want to grow, it's really not so important to worry about what variety it is. You may not even know the variety, or the people that tell you about it may not know a variety name. Sometimes they just give it a name depending on its characteristics or qualities. One old man that we got some apple cuttings from told us about a tree that was up the road from him, and we went and talked to the lady that owned the place where the tree was, and she said that tree had been growing there all of her life and had been growing there for a number of years during her father's life. She was over 80 years old. The tree was well over 100 years old, and it continued bearing apples, and everybody in that area that had any name for it called it early ripe, because it came ripe early. So if you looked in a catalog, you probably wouldn't find that variety name. It's just one particular tree that's growing that has those particular kind of apples, and people all around in the community know that tree. It's like a landmark. And so they go and pick apples there. Many people get apples from it. We got cuttings from it, and we started to propagate them, so we just put early ripe because that's what the name suggests, or what the characteristics suggest. Now, as you see from this apple we just got from this tree, it doesn't look shiny and waxed like the apples in the store. In fact, many people are surprised to find out that 90% of the apples that are sold in the stores come from less than 19 varieties of apples. There are about 19 varieties of apples that account for most all of the apples sold in the stores of America. And there are many apples that have characteristics much more desirable for home use than the market apples in the store. The market apples in the store are produced primarily for appearance and for shipping qualities. They're not produced near as much for nutrient content or flavor. So if you can find apples that taste good, don't worry too much about the appearance. You can help that some with the things that you do to take care of the apple trees, but the nutrient content and the flavor are the things to really look for in the apples. Now we have our apple cuttings ready from this apple tree. We've wrapped them up and we want to moisten them. We're going to pour a little water on this paper towel that we wrapped around them. You don't have to use a paper towel. You can use tissue paper or even old pieces of cloth that will hold moisture. We want to wet this good so it's thoroughly saturated. That will help to keep those cuttings moist. That's very important while they're being stored. Then we want to put it in a plastic bag and close the bag up. Again, we can write on the outside so it's easy to keep track of. We want to keep them well labeled. Then we can do that with the next variety or the next apple tree we know about. We can go get a few. Let's get one more here. This tree was damaged by deer chewing on the bark, and it looked like the tree might even die. It had some sprouts on it, and so we cut some of the sprouts and grafted them, so even if the tree died, we can continue propagating this variety of tree. It's not a total loss. The tree is surprisingly surviving to this point. That was about a year ago. But we wanted to propagate some more cuttings from this tree, and so we'll get a few sprouts from it. These are good types of sprouts to get. They're about the right size. Even if you can only get one sprout, that's enough. If it's about this size, that's enough to make several cuttings and start several trees. So we'll just get a couple from this one. If it's a tree that doesn't have many sprouts, it's better to only get a few. That will be enough for our purposes here. These we store in the refrigerator after we've cut them and prepared them until the time for grafting. We want to be sure that we select the apple trees sometime previous to when we're doing the grafting, and then we've gotten our cuttings when the trees were dormant, possibly in December or even January or February. We prepared them this way, and then we stored them in the refrigerator, in the coolest part of the refrigerator, not where it's freezing, but in the coolest part of the refrigerator to help keep them dormant. And then when the sap starts rising, in March is a good time. They can even be grafted in April as long as you've kept them in the refrigerator. Then we bring them out and we are ready to start our grafting. Now, one of the things that may be a little uncertain or even controversial is the influence of the moon on different things that are growing. And we have found, without even trying to, just by examining when we did grafting, because we've done grafting on a number of different days, and we observed that we had the best results oftentimes in the time when the moon was going through a certain phase. And we have found on some calendars that it indicates some of these times and phases. Some calendars include other things that maybe we don't have as much confidence in, but I will show you a calendar here that illustrates for March some of the days that are best for grafting, and you may find that you get better results when you do it on those days. This calendar has some special marks to indicate when grafting is especially recommended, and this is for the month of February. Then you can also find it similarly in March. On the back of the calendar it gives a little description that explains the symbols. The symbols indicating particular phases of the moon that are favorable to certain types of planting. It's the part of the moon that is increasing, or the part of moon phases that are increasing when the moon is going from new moon to full moon, when the times for grafting are the best. So in the calendar, in this calendar, we look for those different indications. And the time when sap is rising is generally in March, and that's when we can find good grafting time to do our grafting. Now, there are several things we want to be sure to have all ready when we're going to start grafting. We need some good clippers to be able to clip the sections into shorter pieces. We need some masking tape. We want to have a good supply of masking tape. We want some of the little tags that we can label with. We got some tags called Amicron, I guess is what it is. And these are little aluminum tags with wires that you can put through and then tie the wires onto the cuttings and grafting stock. You need to be sure to have a pen and a marker. We also need some rooting solution or compound. One particular kind is called Rootone. It's a powder. There are several brands that you can get of rooting powder. This one is Bontone. At most garden shops you can get some rooting powder, or you can get sometimes in the garden department of stores like Lowe's building supply store. In the garden department they may have root stimulator and starter solution. This particular brand has the same ingredient as this rooting powder. This works very well for helping the cuttings that are left over from the root stocks to be able to start rooting again. And I'll demonstrate what we're going to do with them so we can keep propagating our root stock as well as propagating new varieties of trees that we're wanting to propagate. Now, a very important item in doing grafting is a very sharp knife. There are different kinds available. This particular knife is a knife especially for grafting, for doing several different kinds of grafting. And the blade can be kept sharp by using a whetstone or a small pocket knife grinding stone. And You want to use that periodically in order to keep this knife blade razor sharp. Another knife that you can use can be bought at many hardware or building supply stores. This is a kind of combination pocket utility knife. It actually uses a utility blade. The blades can be interchanged and taken out with the special design that it has. Has little latches to hold things in place, and when the knife blade is open, it's locked in place. Then when you want to close it, you can press a little lever. There are several different designs available, but the main idea is that it uses a utility blade. Some of these knives actually have a place for storing extra blades. Such as this one here, you have a supply of extra blades, so if your blade starts getting a little bit dull, you can just take one out and put it in. So this is something you can also use for doing the grafting. And this is what we'll use for our demonstration here. What we're going to do is open up our container where we've stored these sections that we want to graft. We'll open this up. We have our rootstock all ready here. We want to have everything all ready before we start because we need to work quickly. Once you cut that sap layer, you want to work as quickly as possible so you don't allow it to dry out and stop the flow of sap that's going to be starting as dormant season comes to an end. And those cells can dry quickly if they're exposed to the air for a while, and then the sap can't flow through them. We only work on one variety at a time so we can keep it identified. Now we want to get one of our rootstocks, and we will need to trim this one up. We want to pick out one of our twigs that we want to graft, and we want to get it as close to the same size as the rootstock as possible. This looks like a good match. Maybe we'll get a little bigger one and we'll make our cut down lower here. Alright, we'll get as good a match as we can here. Then we'll cut things down pretty close to where we're going to be cutting. And now, normally we'd want to have this root solution all ready. As soon as we've cut this top, we want to stick it in the rooting solution. And that rooting solution actually has a hormone in it to help stimulate root growth. And since this is rooting stock that's been selected for its propensity to grow roots, this is very likely to start growing roots once we stick it in the ground if we keep it moist. So we'll keep doing that with all of our tops of the rootstock that we cut off. Stick them in this little can of rooting solution. If you're using rooting powder, then what you want to do is dip it in the powder, such as we had in these little containers. We want to dip the top of the rootstock that we cut off, the top piece, we dip the bottom of the top piece into the root powder, and then we'll stick it in some moist sawdust to keep it damp till we can put it in the ground. Now we have our root cutting here, and we have our top. We'll cut this in half because we only need maximum of 3 buds to be able to grow another top. So we'll cut this section off. Now we have our rootstock and we have our bottom. Now we need to get our grafting knife. We're going to start cutting this off. We want to cut a long sloping cut. The longer we can cut it, the better, and we want to keep it just as straight as possible. You have to also be careful because you can cut yourself with a good sharp knife. If it bows out or if it bows in, it's not going to be able to make a good close connection. So if it does, you have to prune a little more till you get it nice and straight. Just keep peeling off till you get it pretty straight. Then you want to cut a similar cut the same way on the bottom of the twig you're going to be grafting on. We want it to be about the same length, and it needs to be a good tight fit. There's a little air space in that one, so we're going to try to even it up a little bit so it's able to fit with a good contact all the way along the whole surface. You can see on this there's a little light layer all the way around it. That's the cambium layer, and that's the part that has to make contact in order for the sap to flow. We want to try to make sure that cambium layer is making contact all the way around. And if it doesn't look like it is, just keep trimming until you get a good custom fit all the way along. Here as we're working on this, the sun has just come out, and the ideal thing is to do this in a shady place because the sun will cause things to dry out quickly. So we could put up a curtain or keep things a little more shady. Then when we get that so it's lined up and looks like it's fitting pretty good, then we want to get some of this masking tape. And while we're holding that good and tight, we want to start wrapping this up to hold that layer right together as tight as possible. Trying to keep it real even and lined up. We'll get several pieces here and wrap it up a little diagonally both directions, being careful not to allow the top to twist or pull loose. Then we want to make sure to put a tag on and identify it properly. And what we'll do is, an old pen works good for this, one that doesn't write anymore. You just need a hard point like a ballpoint pen. And this is a rootstock that's called M111 when you buy it from the nursery. And so I'm going to write on the top the variety name, blueberry apple. We want to put the date, and if this is in March, and let's say we were doing it March 13 of the year 2006, then we would put 3 for March, 13 for the day, and 06 for the year. Then we'll put M111 down here in the bottom so we know what rootstock it is. Now once we have that information on, we can just put this loosely around the root cutting, and we'll put it somewhere where we can keep it moist and in the shade. A bucket of old sawdust works very well for that. Try to cover the roots. And periodically we can pour a little water on to keep them moist. We can't emphasize too much the importance of keeping things all moist as much as possible. That will help to ensure the success of the grafting union. And we can just keep doing that. We still have one top here left from this cutting that we had gotten, enough to make another graft, and we can look and find a piece of rootstock that's the right size to fit that. And then when we go through the same procedure with that piece of rootstock. And we can keep doing that with each of these cuttings. And we can have quite a number then of this one particular variety, depending on how many you want to propagate. Then when you get done grafting, we want to put the things back away, and we'll take our cuttings that we've gotten grafted and ready, and we'll put them in a little bed to grow for the season until next fall. And we'll show here how we would put those in a little bed. Now the cutting that we have stored in this rooting solution, we can plant back in our bed, or if you're just starting new, you want a section of your bed that's designated only for the rooting stock. This is not stock you've grafted, but it's rooting stock that you can use to graft onto when it has enough roots. So now that this has been in this rooting solution, we can stick this in the sawdust. We'll push it down so it's close to the dirt in the bottom, and just put the sawdust around it, and then we can water this regularly to make sure to keep it moist. It's very important to keep it moist for those roots to get started. The rooting hormone will help stimulate root growth, and we can just plant all of our tops like that, and that'll give us more rootstock for grafting next year. Now the tree that we have grafted, or however many we've grafted, we want to put them in a section of the bed. We have it identified with a label, and we want to make sure we can put all the roots down where they'll be adequately buried. We have to be careful and be very tender with the top. It's better to try to hold it by the bottom so that we don't damage the union we've tried to produce in binding the graft together. And then we want to keep this watered regularly also to keep it moist. If it's not raining, it's a good idea to water it even morning and evening for a little while the trees are trying to get started and the graft is trying to unite. Then we'll just leave that growing, try to keep it watered. It's a good idea to use something to help feed a little bit. We can use manure tea, or we can use kelp liquid mixed in water. We can add things to help supply nutrients and add those as we water from time to time and help feed the plants. Also, things like the calcium nitrate that we used in the blueberries or that we use in other parts of our garden amendments are useful, especially in the sawdust bed. It supplies both nitrogen and calcium, which the plants need. Now, after this has grown for a year, these plants, as you can see in these beds here that have been growing for a year, will be ready to transplant into the areas where we want to grow our apple trees permanently during this next dormant season. We're going to discuss a little bit about the training and pruning of young trees after you have either obtained some fruit trees, apple trees, pear trees, or some other type of fruit trees, and you have gotten them planted. There is some important attention that needs to be given to their early growth. For apple trees and pear trees particularly, we want to develop some branches that will be growing out horizontally as much as possible, lateral branches. And we want those to be up high enough off of the ground so that we can get around underneath the tree to keep it clean, to pick up fruit that may drop on the ground. So we're going to want to prune to encourage that kind of growth. We have a tree here that's already 2 or 3 years old in the growth that it's had here. And we have pruned it a little bit to try to encourage some branches to grow out of it from the trunk going laterally. But there has been other growth that has come out that we really don't want. So we're going to see what branches here we can encourage to grow out laterally that will be at least 3 or 4 feet above the ground. We want to get some branches growing out about 3 or 4 feet. 4 feet above the ground is an ideal level. We want them high enough so as they go out further, they won't be low down against the ground, but they'll be gradually rising up. But we still want them to be more lateral than vertical. A branch that comes out very close to vertical, such as this branch right here, will have a much weaker form of structure in the trunk. You can see that it's a steep angle coming out of the trunk of the tree. This kind of a branch will not be nearly as strong as one like this branch that is coming out here. This comes out almost exactly at a right angle. That kind of a branch will support much more weight. This kind of a branch, when it would start bearing fruit, can bend over and become heavy, and as the weight develops, it can cause it to split right in that crotch where it comes out. Many of these branches are down lower than we want on this tree, so we're going to cut off the lower branches. We want to cut off everything that would be down here below 3 or 4 feet. And while we're pruning here, if we're going to plan on doing a little grafting this spring, we'll watch for the sprouts. If this is a tree that we would like to propagate more, we'll watch for the sprouts that would be about the right size for grafting, and we can set them aside and take them to store in the refrigerator to keep for grafting. So that's one thing to keep in mind when we're pruning trees that are varieties that we like and want to propagate more of. We'll continue pruning here the branches that are sticking out. Now we have some branches up here that are sticking out a little more laterally, and this is a pretty good height up here. We have one here that's coming out a little more laterally, not quite as much as these up here. This one is a little low, so we'll cut it off also. You may feel like you're cutting off a lot of what's there, but that's all right. We'd rather cut off things that we know are not going to work good and encourage new growth. Little sprouts like this can come out in the spring where we don't have any branches, and sometimes they'll come out in a place that will form an ideal branch if we've cut off the branches that we don't want. At this point, we'll cut this branch off here, and maybe we can encourage more lateral growth on this branch by cutting here. These two branches are very close to each other, so we'll cut the lowest one off. Now we have another branch coming out close here to this one, and if we're going to leave this one to grow in this direction, we'll cut this one off. Now we have several branches here growing in directions up about at a 4-foot height, approximately 3 to 4 feet. If we didn't have any good branches here, but we had some good ones up a little higher, that would be fine too. We can train them on out. As long as the first row of branches is down low enough so that you can reach it for picking out where it grows and will be bearing, that's ideal. Now we're going to allow an opportunity. We don't have any branch on this side, and it'd be nice to have one growing each direction, 4 directions. But we can leave this, and perhaps next season there will be a branch that will get started somewhere in here from one of these buds that will work to make an ideal one for that. Now, after this first layer of branches that we have going out, we want to develop another layer up another several feet, at least 3 feet or 4 feet. So we'll look up here and see what we have that we can develop going in each direction to again have another layer of branches going in the different directions, and we'll prune off everything that's between these 2 layers. We have one branch here that would probably be a good one for an upper level. We have one over here that will work out good. We'll cut this off right above the one that we want to start growing out in that direction. Now we'll encourage more growth in the branches that we leave. We'll cut off the rest of these here. We're going to leave one here, one here, one here, and we could probably leave one more here somewhere. We'll go ahead and cut this one off. We want to end up with not more than 4 branches up here covering all 4 directions. Let's see, I guess we'll cut. Maybe we'll leave this one and cut this one off. That gives us about 4 branches up there. This branch is going to try to grow up straighter. But what we want to do next July, about July, we want to come back to these young trees that have these branches that may try to start growing up as straight toward the light as they can. And we will take a little string or some wire or something that we can put here, maybe put a little piece of rubber around this to protect it. We could either put a little cross brace in here, a piece of wood that was cut at an angle to stick in place. We want to push this branch down or tie a string or wire around it with enough weight hanging on it to pull it down, especially these ones that try to grow up more. We want to put something that will help pull them down and encourage them to grow out more horizontally. So on this kind of a tree, that's about the way we would prune the branches on it. So you can see we have 2 layers left trying to spread out, and we're going to encourage the bottom layers to grow out as far as possible and keep the top layer cropped in a little bit. So that means we're going to try to cut the top of this to stop it from growing up so much and encourage it to grow a little shorter, stronger, and branch out a little more. Now let's take a look at another tree. It may have a little different growing habit, and we can see what we need to do with it. When you first set out an apple tree, it won't have many branches on it. It may just have one vertical trunk or slender stem that's growing up. It may be 4 or 5 feet tall. There may be no branches on it. If there aren't any, then when you plant that tree, you don't really need to worry about any pruning on it. If it has a few branches on it, if they're pretty small, it may be all right to leave them the first year. But within the first 2 or 3 years, you want to be pruning the tree so it doesn't try to just grow straight up tall with one slender trunk. You want it to branch out some, but you want it to branch out up several feet high. About 4 feet high is good, 4 to 5 feet. No lower than 3 feet. And the branches will be growing out laterally, and they should be raising up a little bit. And as you keep pruning the tree and as it keeps growing, you want to encourage a shape that is kind of like a conical inverted bowl. The lowest branches you want to be the longest branches, reaching out and reaching the sunlight. The ones up above, you want to be keeping them pruned in a little more all the way up to the top of the tree. Here we have a much larger tree, a mature tree. You can see that the bottom branches are growing out here the longest of the branches in the tree. The upper branches are shorter. This tree will need pruning this winter. Right now we're in the fall, in October. It has foliage on it. The normal time for pruning the trees is during the dormant season. January and February are good times to prune the trees, fruit trees. But we'll do, for the sake of demonstration, some pruning on this tree. Apple trees are not damaged as much. It doesn't really hurt them to prune them while the foliage is on them, like it might on some other fruit trees. Cherry trees, peach trees, and some of those kind of trees are much more prone and sensitive to injuries from pruning when the sap is up. Apple trees are not as much that way. But we can demonstrate some things we're going to want to watch for and prune in these trees. One of the things we want to look for is branches that are trying to hang down low. If apples grow on a branch like this, it's going to drag down and hit the ground. It's going to be in the way if we're trying to trim the grass underneath. It's going to be more accessible for little animals that may run around on the ground looking for apples to eat. So we're going to go around and prune the branches off that are hanging down low and would be in the way for mowing and keeping things cleared out underneath. Also, sometimes there may be branches that are growing at cross angles very close to each other. We need to decide which branch is going to be the most likely one for production and prune away the others that might be growing out real close to it. We want to be able to have airspace through the tree so that with a good flow of air and also sunlight able to get into the tree, it will help minimize the likelihood of funguses and diseases growing. It helps the tree to be able to get sunlight and air through it, so keeping open spaces in the tree is helpful also. In this pruning here, I think we'll take this branch out, but it's a little bigger than we can prune with our clippers conveniently. For this, a good pruning saw would be useful. We don't have the pruning saw with us, so we will just trim the branch and leave this stub. It will be very obvious to us when we come back that we can use a pruning saw to be able to trim this off. Now we also want to do a little thinning of many of these sprouts that are growing here in the tree. We want to leave some of them for growth and possible production, but we want to thin them some, and especially ones that are growing back toward the middle. So we'll cut some of this out in order to allow for a little more air and sun. The ones that are not such long, straight, sucker-type growth, sometimes called water sprouts, the ones that are not that way are more likely to produce fruit. These ones with short, stubby sections. So we'll leave some of them, and we'll prune more of the water sprouts. If there are not many of these type of growths along on the branches, we can leave some of the water sprouts or even cut them down a little bit and allow them to try to grow. But right now we're primarily thinning out. And growth that's aimed back toward the middle of the tree, we're cutting that out too. Another one that's hanging low. One of the things we want to be sure to do in our pruning is prune down as close to the trunk as we can. A nice, good, clean cut. It's important to keep the pruners sharp. We don't want stubs sticking up half an inch or an inch, because those will generally die back, and leaving dead wood there is going to be more likely to have a place that can harbor insects and disease. Something that the tree can quickly grow over and heal is good. Here in the past, or where there have been places that have been pruned, you can see the bumps where it's been pruned, and it was pruned back close, so it's healing over. Here's one that was pruned the last time we pruned, and you can see the growth healing over it. It will close it in and seal it up. We're just thinning a little bit and cutting some of this stuff that's growing up tall and straight. Here's one growing back toward the middle of the tree. We'll cut it out. Back here we have some growing cross angles and a little low. We'll cut it down. Thin out some of this upper growth. A little bit more of this in the middle out. Some of these would make good ones for grafting. If we want to keep any for grafting, we'll keep a watch for about the size of a pencil, nice and straight, easy for working with grafting. And if this is a variety we want to propagate some more of, we can keep a few cuttings and wrap them up and put them in the refrigerator for grafting and reproducing more of this variety. One here that's growing back toward the back. In this tree we have several places where branches, even sometimes pretty good sized branches, are growing close together. Right here we have two that are growing pretty close together, and we probably should prune one of these out to make a little more room for the other, or at least prune some of what's growing across each other here. So maybe what we'll do here is prune out a little bit of what's trying to grow across each other. Give a little more room in here. We'll thin a little bit more up here. There's actually quite a bit we can prune on this tree as we keep working, but I think you can see some of the principles. Here we have some more growing cross-grained. We'll just keep thinning some of that out. And it doesn't hurt if we can get spaces several feet wide between the branches and give us a little more room to have air and sunlight. In fact, it's good if we can get around in different places and see up through the tree without any branches in the way. So it's good to be able to get a lot of thinning done and still leave some of the branches that's good wood for bearing. Many people are afraid to cut much out of a tree because they think that will limit its production. But proper pruning actually cuts quite a bit out of the tree, and still the result is to actually increase production because you're encouraging the energy of the tree to go into the maximum quality and production of fruit and not into a lot of vegetation. A little experimentation and working with somebody perhaps who is experienced, or a little bit of trial and error, can allow you to use these principles that we've been covering here and develop techniques that will give you pretty good results. Another thing that can be done when you're trying to learn the pruning is to use the principles we've discussed here and look in a good pruning book. You can find reasonably good pruning books in garden shops or in libraries, and you can try to follow the things that are described in the pruning book with the concepts we've discussed here, and you probably won't be too likely to damage a tree, and you will see how the results are as you work with it.